Yo, it's your boy Rush in the building. Sorry for the tardiness. We about to get into it now. Know what I mean, um, yo, we still in the Marvel universe. We gonna get it in with the Kingpin. This is like one of my uh I want to say favorite villains, but yo, I like his style. Know what I mean, we gonna get into it. You're I Yo, the Kingpin is he's from the state of New York, and his government name is Wilson Fisk. The Kingpin father was a part of the mobsters or whatever. The Kingpin father treated him, like shit. You know what I mean? He was pretty mean to him or whatever. The Kingpin's childhood was pretty, typical. He got picked on in school for being overweight. The Kingpin, well, yeah, I mean, he wasn't really overweight. He was just kind of like, you know what I mean, kind of, on the chubby side or whatever. The Kingpin wanted to be like his pops or whatever, and he wanted that validation from his pops too. So the Kingpin decided to join. I mean, the mobsters or whatever. He had a little job, like a little low key job with him. I mean, nothing serious or whatever. So he was putting in work for the mobsters or whatever. I mean, so so that so that he could be official. And on top of that, he wanted to spend more time with his pops too. Know what I mean, now one day, the Kingpin, he ran a jukes with his pops, and they got the dipping or whatever, and you know what I mean, and they arrived in a back alley or whatever, and the Kingpin's pops, he climbed the ladder and got away. You know what I mean, now Kingpin, he wasn't really that. I mean, that like acrobatic type style to be, climbing and jumping over walls and shit like that. Like, he's pretty like big, I mean, and heavy. So I mean he tried to climb the ladder but he couldn't, you know what I mean? So his father just left him behind. So when his father left him behind, the Kingpin, he had to do a bid. Now when the Kingpin did this bid or whatever, he learned a lot when he was locked up or whatever. Now the Kingpin, he was pretty much refined when he got released from prison. And when he was behind the wall, he developed a lot of ill skills, um to become, the Kingpin. I mean, now these skills, it kind of put him in an ill position where he could make some ill moves in the state of New York. You know what I mean, and he ended up becoming New York's crime boss. Now, the Kingpin not only was a crime boss, but he ended up being like the mayor for a little bit too. You know what I mean? And that's pretty crazy, for a villain to become a mayor, you know. Um and him becoming the mayor, it allowed him to have like a lot of political pull. He had some he had some power behind the scenes, man. He was able to pull some strings and make things happen on a political aspect as well. Now he's one of those cats that that charisma, you know what I mean, able to politic with people, and able to blend in the scenes or whatever. The Kingpin was also a business tycoon, and he's also a computer tech genius. Now, the Kingpin sent his goons to receive his father. You know what I mean? And his father, arrived in the Kingpin's lair. He began to politic with his pops. His pops was proud of him because he became New York City's new crime boss. You know what I mean? But the Kingpin end up, he bodied his own father. Now the Kingpin got super strength, and he did some bodybuilding as well too. You know what I mean? And he learned like a little bit of martial arts, and he fused it with like sumo style wrestling. So yo, the Kingpin, he could get down. I mean, he ain't no just a boss, but yo, he's a boss that could put in that work. You heard? Now the Kingpin can actually throw hands. You know what I mean, as well. Um, he's not just strong. He has like sophisticated fighting style that's pretty effective because he be beating up niggas in the comics, man. You can see some of the fighting scenes in the comics that he ain't nothing to be played with. Now, in the comics of the Incredible Spider-Man, Peter Parker, he went hiatus. He kind of just like was ghost for ill minute, and that caused the crime wave even to get even worse in the state of New York because nobody was stopping these troubled individuals getting money out there. And I mean, now the Kingpin had New York on smash. He had it on lock. Every criminal activity that went down couldn't go down unless it was his approval. Know what I mean, by the Kingpin. Now this shit was so crazy that the Kingpin was viewed as as a nice guy because he would donate a lot of money to like charity and shit like that. Now, but behind the scenes, yo, Dunn was real ruthless, man. Real cutthroat. He wasn't having it. If you cross the Kingpin, either you get bodied or you get tortured. You heard? Anyway, he was pretty much ruthless. Now, there's a comic that shows Kingpin. Yo, he caught mad smoke with Spider Man. That beef was so crazy that his image was actually tarnished, and he received a lot of unwanted attention by the police. So the Kingpin had to lay low for a minute. Know what I mean? Now the Kingpin ended up living in Japan. You know what I mean? Because yo, his wife wanted him to retire from being a crime boss in the state of New York. Now Kingpin had a few I say I say he had a few piled up cases, man. So he had to get an attorney, which was Matt Murdock, aka the Daredevil. Now the Kingpin had informed these cats that he was doing business with, and he was going to give the info for an exchange for being, you know what I mean, free and not needing to be, not needing to lay low anymore. Now, the thing he had to worry about was, the police, because the police was definitely looking for the Kingpin. They was ready to, you know what I mean, like, lock him up or whatever. And like as he's like negotiating what he can offer for his freedom or whatever, well, they even offered him money because what happened was like, he was getting ready to snitch, man. Like, yo, he was getting ready to rat out the the whole mob crew and all that. You know what I mean? And the government was willing to pay him a nice penny for him to give up names and different locations, you know what I mean? So that they could further on do their arrest and shit like that. So anyway, so okay, Kingpin's wife kept pressing him like, yo, well, yo, take that deal, my nigga. Like, yo, if they're gonna give you your freedom back and you gotta worry about nothing, and you gotta worry about running away no more, man, yo, take that deal. So the kid the like, okay, as this happens, niggas from the mobs, right? They find out that yo, the Kingpin was about to snitch. So what happened, yo, the mob ended up kidnapping the Kingpin's wife or whatever. And the Kingpin, he was pretty upset about that. So yo, the Kingpin promised the mob like, yo, if y'all better make sure y'all don't harm my wife or murder my wife because yo, there's gonna be a lot of bloodshed coming from your end. He pretty much let him like, yo, he's gonna body everybody in the mob. So now I'm going to explain who Daredevil is. You know what I mean? Yo, Daredevil is like a superhero. Well, I wouldn't say a superhero. He's like a vigilante. Okay, in his childhood, right, he got hit with an accident that caused him to go blind. Um, the Daredevil, because of the chemicals that hit him, he ended up getting like ill metahuman abilities as well. Now, Daredevil's abilities are acrobatic ability, just like a circus performer, and he has phenomenal speed, endurance, and reflexes. Daredevil has been trained martial arts, and you know, like he beats with mad people from Hell's Kitchen. I'm gonna break down what Hell Kitchen is probably like later on in the story. Now, as he fights convicts throughout, the city, he meets new allies as well as old friends. Now, the Daredevil power derives from his um accident, with all the chemicals that hit him or whatever. Now, Matt Murdock, uh, those chemicals cause Matt Murdock six senses to be heightened. On a superhuman level, but the Kingpin always had smoke with the Daredevil. Like when you look throughout history, the Kingpin always was like the main villain for Daredevil, uh sometimes for the Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man, mainly for Spider-Man. Now, in the comics, Marvel's Kingpin was like the main villain for Daredevil. Now, the beef between Daredevil and the Kingpin was pretty serious because every time they crossed paths each other, they would get into it, into an intense physical fight. Now, Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, ex girlfriend, revealed Daredevil's identity for drugs. The Kingpin ended up getting this information and was able to destroy Matt Murdock's career as a attorney, because like Matt Murdock, he's like an attorney. I mean, a blind attorney that's he's pretty good. Like his he works with his right hand man, some mother chick, and they got like a law firm together, so they would get a lot of business traffic and making bread and putting in that work in the courtroom or whatever. He's a pretty good attorney. Now, let me see. Now, okay, so when Kingpin figure out who Daredevil really is, he destroys Matt Murdock's career, and he hurts the people that's close to him too. You know what I mean? Now, the Kingpin and uh and the Daredevil is based on the Kingpin becoming the mayor for New York. Now, Kingpin agenda was to implement a law for superheroes called the Powers Act. Now, this is kind of like similar with the I want to say Secret Wars, but what's the other joint? Like I forgot the name of the other comic series. The Civil War. It's similar to the Civil War joint because the Civil War, this it's mad long. I mean, that's the only reason why I ain't got into it because the series is mad long with the comics. But it's based on like all superheroes from Marvel had to reveal their identity. Now, this law that the Kingpin wants to implement within New York City is similar to that. Now, I mean, but with a little bit of twist. Now, obviously, the Kingpin's agenda is to implement this law called the superheroes Power Act. Now, Kingpin informs the city of New York, if any metahuman uses their ability and act of a vigilante, will be charged and arrested, and the Kingpin will imply all superheroes that they're not above the law. Now, the Kingpin put together a sanction, like metahuman slash police unit, and they're called the Thunderbolt unit, which is like, they have police officers that got like advanced tech to arrest metahumans, and on top of that, they recruit like metahumans with ill abilities to work along the Thunder unit. You know what I mean? The Thunderbolt unit. Now, this is pretty intense because it's they are um this style of policing was pretty effective. Like, mad mutants had to, like, hide and run because they would rather get arrested than follow some stupid law not to help people. So the superheroes in New York City now that roll with the Thunderbolt unit would be Captain America, the Rhino, and many others that work with the Thunderbolt unit. Now, Miles Morales, aka Spider Man, helped out Captain America to save this girl in between a fight and other metahumans. And on top of that, he rescued her out from a burning building. After Miles saved this little girl from the fire, right? A firefighter informs Miles Morales, like, yo, you better leave before the Thunderbolt unit come through. And as soon as he got done saying that, a Thunderbolt officer tases Miles Morales and put him in handcuffs with power dampener cuffs. Power dampener cuffs. Now, these power dampener cuffs absorbs mutants' metahuman abilities, which they won't be able to use their uh, quote unquote powers on the officers because they done handcuffed them with power dampener cuffs. Now, Captain America informed this officer, please leave this kid alone. He just saved this little girl. The Thunderbolt officer was like, nah, I'm locking this nigga up. Then Captain America threw his shield at this officer's head and knocked him out. And Miles Morales um started dipping. Now, this is wild because Captain America works for the Thunderbolt unit. Now, Captain America has his own team just in case the shit went south with the Thunderbolt unit. Now, Captain America's camp and Miles Morales got away and they hid into the sewers. Now, Reed Richards and Susan Storm caught beef with Doc Ock because, aka Dr. Octavia, aka Dr. Octopus, like, okay, Doc Ock, he works for the Thunderbolt unit. I mean, he's putting in work for them niggas. You know what I mean? Doc Ock, he's a famous foe that always had smoke with Spider Man. You know what I mean? You even seen it in the big screens too. Like, he's he's like one of the main characters that's always been around. You know what I mean? Doc Ock. Even when they revamp Spider Man, you will see a different Doc Ock. You know what I mean? Which is dope. Now, anyway, Doc Ock, he works for the Thunderbolt unit, and Doc Ock uses his tentacles to put the power dampener collars on Reed Richards' neck and Susan Storm's neck. Before Susan got snatched up by the Doc Ock, she pressed a button that sent out a stress signal to Ben Grimm, aka the Thing, and Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. The reason why she sent the signal out to them because, the Thing and Johnny Storm, he was watching their kids. They have two kids. Reed Richards got two kids, and they got ill metahuman abilities. The reason why she sent out the signal to them because she knew that the Thunderbolt unit will go to the crib and lock everybody up. So they got the Dipper. Now, she did this so she can escape before the Thunderbolt unit came through and arrest their kids and Johnny Storm with the thing. Now, as it's happening, you will see Luke Cage and Jessica Jones was walking in the city, with their daughter, and an explosion took place, hit a bus, right, causing this bus to tip over. And now this bus was about to like it was about to land on other cars. You know what I mean? Which would cause a serious accident, and you know a lot of deaths will take place. So obviously Luke Cage didn't want to see that happen. Luke Cage ran directly to the explosion and stopped the bus from tipping over, from crushing other cars which had people in them. Now, the Shocker, the Shocker also works for the Thunderbolt unit. Now, the thing with the Shocker, he's a villain that's been around, and he also works for the Kingpin back in the back in the day, and like he pretty much is like a supervillain with electrical shock abilities. And like son is pretty thorough. I mean, I want to say he's thorough, but he's been around in the comics every time they've revamped comics in the in the Marvel comic in the Marvel comic scene or whatever. Know what I mean? And pretty much, like he works for the Thunderbolt, the Thunderbolt unit, and it gets pretty intense, like because Thunderbolt unit is yo, what up, straight cast? I see you in the building. Yo, what's good, Kid Murray? Salute, salute. Rasco, was good? I see you in the building. Much love to you. Know what I mean? But yeah, man, like um, pretty much, he works for the Thunderbolt unit. Now, the Shocker, he been around or whatever. Now, Luke Cage caught the cuffs when the Shocker threw it at him, because the Shocker's pretty much insinuating that he's about to lock him up, and obviously oh, word up. I'm glad you like the Doctor Doom joint, man. Yo, Doctor Doom is an ill character, man. Like I love his storyline, man. You know what I mean? But yo, yo, that's what's up, man. Right now we doing the Kingpin today. But yeah, man, he crushed the cuffs. He letting them know, like, yo, it's not gonna be a walk in the park. You're not just gonna lock up Luke Cage. Luke Cage is also a mutant, and also Jessica Jones. Like, they both got super strength. Um, Luke Cage has indestructible skin. It's hard to pierce iron metal through his skin, so you can't really stab him. And bullets ricochet off his skin too if you were to shoot him. And he also possesses abnormal superhuman strength. Now, the Luke Cage and Jessica Jones end up jumping the Shocker. They started whooping this nigga ass, like he stole something. Now, the Thunderbolt unit, obviously came through and tried to stop them from whooping Shocker's ass. Now, in this comic, right, the Kingpin has a son named Butch, and his son actually takes over uh the position that the Kingpin had as a crime boss because the kingpin is actually the mayor. So the kingpin couldn't really run things like that as a crime boss anymore. He did it for a little bit, but yo, since his son grew up and became a man or whatever, yo, he passed it on to Butch. But yo, Butch wasn't feeling that. Yo, this kingpin was a mayor, but he still had to roll with the punches because yo, you know, they had to respect the kingpin's decision on that because he still is a powerful man with political pull, and like he could pull the cards on the political level, or he could pull the cards on the street level. You know what I mean? Like, he might drop the bag on you, get you bodied or kidnapped or whatever. This is this is just how the kingpin gets down. Now, the Butch, he took over the streets, became New York City's new crime boss with the help of his father, the Kingpin. Now, Tony Starks, aka Iron Man, links up with Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, where they was getting ready to pack because after they whooped the nigga ass. Shark's ass or whatever, yo, they knew they couldn't stay in New York. They had a debt because the Thunderbolt unit was looking for them. Know what I mean? They was ready to lock him up, but yo, they got ready to leave the state of New York. Now, Tony Tony informs Luke Cage that yo, he has a plan to stop the Kingpin, but he needs Luke Cage help. At the end of this right, um, you know, at the end of this, right, the comic shows that the Kingpin has plans to become uh 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 he has plans to become he has plans to become the president of the United States or whatever, you know, which is pretty dope. Obviously, they're gonna be a part two to that because like that's the end of that story or whatever. Yo, Kev, yo, drop the link for peoples to come up and if you want to discuss about the situation, the story I broke down with the Kingpin, y'all could come up and we could politic. Now the second subject matter is business tycoons, man. Yo, like there's a lot of dudes that's into business that I kind of like. I want to say look up to, but yo, I respect their hustle, you know. And pretty much a business tycoon is basically a business person of exceptional wealth, power, and influence. Now, to to have the recipe of becoming a successful business tycoon would be you have to be creative, um, always, always, um, always have the ability to accept some criticism and improve your and take that criticism to improve your business and make it stand out from other competition. I mean, now the main ingredient would be get organized, be consistent, analyze your competition, staying focused, have an ability to leave and be a good decision maker and understand the risk and rewards. Now the Kingpin, he had all these qualities, man. Um, the Kingpin is a shark. Is what I mean? His style of doing business was shark like. You know what I mean? And when you in you know in business or in corporate America, you got to have a sense of being a shark because yo, you're gonna be in the sea with other sharks. And yo, sharks could be kind of vicious. You know what I mean? Now, when you're doing business like this, man, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you gotta have like a cold heart, kind of like, you know what I mean? People that are successful have, they kind of cold and they understand of being cold like that. Now, sometimes you gotta be cutthroat too. Now, some business tycoons, man, they be robbing niggas too, man. Yeah, I mean, they don't do it with a gun, but they do it with these contracts that they give you, man. You know what I mean? Some of these contracts, they have encrypted verbiage on it. So when you read it, you kind of like don't really understand what's going on. You might think you have a perception of what's going on. I mean, the only way you could sign a contract and hope that you don't get screwed over is to hire a lawyer to, you know what I mean, to go over your contract and let you know what they're telling you and what are you getting yourself involved in when you get a contract dealing with business or anything. Like for example, like if you purchase a home, you know what I mean, and you have a mortgage or whatever, like yo, the amount of paperwork you gotta sign is ridiculous. Like you shouldn't, like I mean, yo, you know, no, I mean, nobody's not gonna do this, but yo, you should get a lawyer to go over all that paperwork, man. You know what I'm saying? Cause yo, you signing a lot of shit. You know what I mean? You're gonna be committed to some shit that you might not want to deal with. But people, sign mortgages every day, B. You know what I mean? Now, I like Larry Ellison. You know what I mean? I like the way he moved. Now, Larry Ellison, he's an American business tycoon himself, man. He's an investor as well. Um, he's the co-founder, executive chairman, chief of technology officer, and former chief executive officer of Oracle Corporation. Now, Ellison, you know what I mean, he gets the vast majority of his wealth from the ownership of the company Oracle, which its net worth is like $44 billion, and he also invests a lot of his bread into Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Now, Ellison was listed by the Bloomberg billion billionaire index as the ninth wealthiest man in the United States. Ellison is not only worth this estimate, but he's worth like his estimation of wealth altogether is like 91 billion. Yo, that shit is crazy, man. And hearing these stories from these other cats, man, it's kind of inspirational, like yo, like not only Elon Musk, like other individuals like yo, Kareem Biggs, you know what I mean, owner part owner of Rockefeller, before they sold off the company to Def Jam. Like he has uh an inspiring story on how he ended up falling into wealth, like the rags to riches type, these stories be inspirational, man. And like anything's possible, and a lot of these business tycoons, like they have to hold a certain mindset in order to be that successful. But a lot of times these individuals, they kind of come from money themselves too, though. They get that generational wealth, and they're able to take that bread and make investments to different avenues. um it's crazy, man. Like Google what started in somebody's garage. Yeah, I mean, and now it's like one of the biggest search engine in the world. Like every who don't fuck with Google and Yahoo. You know what I mean? Like, yo, shit is crazy, man. Yo, who else is yo? If y'all got like a favorite business tycoon or businessman that's successful in this business lane, yo, come up and let's expound on it. I mean, you know, yeah, man. Yo, it's like yo, shit is crazy, man. Like hearing these people. Yeah, man. Yeah, 91 billion straight cash, man. And shit, man. Like what would you do with 91 billion? yo, you could, that's crazy, man. I could imagine what his car looked like. You know what? But yo, rich cats like that, man. Yo, they don't be like they don't be stunting like that. Know what I mean, yo, salute to you, Marcus GV. I see you in the building. Salute to you, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Also, shit. Who else is like yo 50 yo his storyline L too, he's also from rags to riches, man, and now he's like one of the illest business cats you could deal with in the entertainment industry. He went from having the vitamin water joint. He caught an endorsement deal with Reebok, and he had his own clothing line. He definitely used hip hop as a great marketing vehicle to sell all his merch, man. Um, shit, that deal he caught with Vitamin Water, right? He could have held on to it, but he wanted to cash out, and when he cashed out, he ended up making like I think like 100 million. I think I'm not too sure, but you know, it just ended. Yo, the crazy thing is, man, he linked up with this uh vitamin water joint in New York. Like their main base was in New York. Because at the time, yo, 50, he wasn't trying to sell liquor. Like he don't even drink liquor like that. And he was like, yo, I'd rather sell like water. And one day he was working out and he was drinking his joint, and he found out like there was a ball player that owned a percentage of it too. I forgot his name. But Meta World. Meta World, I think no. They offered Meta World equity for the company, but at the time, at that time, Meta World wasn't really like he wanted money off rep. He didn't understand on the concept of equity, where it's like, yo, it's long term bread, nigga. That's some shit. You just let it sit and let the cash build up. Know what I mean? But yo, 50 heard about it. He was like, yo, he want it. He'll take it. When they offered it to him, he was like, yo, I'll take it, man. And when he took it, he sat on it for a little bit and cashed out. Because I think Coca Cola bought him out. And when Coca Cola bought him out, they had to cut him a check because he owned a percentage of that. You know what I mean? Um, which I think is dope. Even with the movie, not the movie scene, but the television scene. Now he's taking over too. Now too, like with the powers and raising Canaan and all that. He's making an ill stamp in the TV world now. He did a few movies too, which was legit. Um, who else is ill? Dame Dash, you know what I mean? He's also inspirational, man. Know what I mean? That's like one of my favorite businessmen I look up to. I want to say look up to, but yo, I really dig his hustle. I respect his hustle. At the time when he was like on fire with Rockefeller, he put on a lot of niggas, and he was like the forefront for Rockefeller. You know what I mean? Even though Jay put in some bread and Kareem Biggs put in some bread together, and they were able to put out music independently. you know, they was putting out music independently for a little bit. They white labeled certain singles until it caught like traction. And when they caught this traction, because back then when they was doing everything independently, right? They would shop Jay's uh records, and all the labels were like, pretty much was like, yo, there's nothing that they could do with it. His style is different. They didn't want to sign Jay. You know what I mean? So they was forced to go independently. Fast forward, right? They was making so much noise that Def Jam worked out a label deal with them. In lame terms, like Def Jam became Rockefeller's partner. Know what I mean? Now, at the time when they was doing this, they was able to put out mad albums with Def Jam. Well, was it mad? I say a few albums. I say about two or three. And then after that, Rockefeller made enough money where they were able to buy out. I wouldn't say buy out, but they didn't really need the assistance of Def Jam anymore. So they was able to um break off from them and do and do everything independently. They got their own distribution company and all that. Because usually when these independent labels link up with these major labels, they really link up for them for their distribution connect. They got a plug with the connect to put out the music. Know what I mean, that's why they would deal with them. And at the time, Def Jam was the shit. But fast forward, the feud between Jay and Cam. Know what I mean, like they had a little dispute or whatever, and you know Jay ended up taking a job with Def Jam. Nobody knew about. He became the vice president of Def Jam, and what happened? He forced Dame Dash and Kareem Biggs to take their payout so he could have full control of Rockefeller. You know what I mean? So, Dame took his payout and Kareem Biggs took his payout. So that allowed Jay to have full control of Def Jam. I mean, not Def Jam, Rockefeller, which was, some people think that was messed up, but, I think that's just business, man. Business is business, sometimes you got to make moves as, for the best for yourself. But not to mention, like, Dame, a lot of your artists that, what I mean, y'all listen to is probably because of Dame, man. He put on a lot of niggas. And shit, we wouldn't have it for Kanye if it wasn't for Dame. Know what I mean? Like, Dame, I mean, he stamped his mark in the industry, man. Like, he will always be forever, he will forever be remembered because he helped put out the best label that ever made its mark in hip hop ever. Know what I mean? And till this day, like, everything kind of like trickles back down to uh Rockefeller and Dame. You know what I mean? Now, if you disagree, came up. Let's politic about it. And if you do agree, I still want you to come up and we could politic about it. Know what I mean? Now, like pretty much, man, like, I like niggas that do business, man. You know what I mean? I even had a little business on the side back in the day when I lived in Central America. I was selling tires out my father's shop for a ill minute. I used to cop tires from the state of Boston. I would get the ports, rent out the port so that they could deliver it to Central America, and I would sell tires in Central America. I did it for like 2 years straight. You know what I mean? Because I used to have a corporate job in Atlanta. I quit my job, sold my house, got rid of all my cars, took all my bread, and I just, I just went out the grid. Went out the grid for about 2 years, man, and it felt good. You know? Shit, man, I might do that shit again. Nah, I don't think so. But if I were, it would have to be a good reason. You know what I mean? But it was a nice experience. But I ended up coming back to the States. You know what I mean? So, I got that under my belt now. You know what I mean? I had a little business selling tires, you heard? Shit was dope. And I made decent money too. You know what I mean? Allowed me to live out there for a couple years. But man, if you had a business, you know what I mean, come up and came up, we could politic about it. You know what I mean? And yo, who's your favorite villain, man? You know what I mean? Now the Kingpin, he had an ill storyline, man. You know what I mean? Real, real ill. You know what I mean? Doctor Doom too. You know what I mean? But Doctor Doom, he's probably like the top villain, man. Like, other than Thanos, man, Thanos probably be the first, but um, Doctor Doom would be the second. But y'all know Doctor Doom killed Thanos, nigga. I'm gonna have to get into that about the Secret Wars and all that. But that should be long as hell, though. But if you want to hear that, leave some comments on the comment section and let me know y'all want to hear that too. You heard? Um, yeah, man, yo, if you want to talk about this, I mean, like, if you want to expound on this, man, yo, hit the link and let's politic, know what I mean? And if Galactus, the thing about Galactus, man, like, he's like, this dude running around like from planet to planet, and he just devours the planet. He feeds off the planet. Carnage is cool. You know what I mean? I look into that. Okay, okay. I look into the Carnage and the Galactus. Know what I mean? Yo, I was talking about Mephisto yesterday, man. Y'all know Mephisto had smoke with Doctor Doom, my nigga, cause Mephisto Mephisto had Doctor Doom's mom burning in hell, my nigga, and torturing her. The dude, Doctor Doom was smart enough to conjure up a machine that allowed him to travel in the planes of hell, my nigga. You know? Nah, what comic was this? Luke Cage beat up Doctor Doom? Nah, for $20? I need to see this. Yo, Mr. Sinister's L2. I like Mr. Sinister because he's like a mutant geneticist nigga. You know what I mean? Like he pretty ill in that science lane, you know what I mean? He be cloning niggas and shit, you know what I mean? Enhancing niggas' mutant abilities, all that. You know what I mean? Apocalypse, Ivan, man, come on, cam up, man. Man, get out that chat and get up here, nigga. What wrong with you, nigga? Get up here. But anyway, yeah, Apocalypse, he cool, he cool. His storyline cool, you know. But it's like I feel like, how I look at Apocalypse, man. Like I think he's played out, my nigga. Like that's the only villain that they could. I mean, like it's always talked about, you know. And on top of that, they use him all the time in the films too. I don't know, man. I just feel like Apocalypse is just played out. Yo, salute to you, Rich Mo. I see you in the building. Much love, much love. You know, Anti Venom. Yo, you just got me hip to the game. What is that? Marcus, I never heard of Anti. Yo, Marcus, get up here, man. I see you on everybody's platform, nigga. Everybody's panel, nigga. So you could get up here, nigga. We could talk, man. Come on, man. Sound like you know a little something, man. Teach me something right now, because I never heard of the Anti Venom. I mean. But yeah, man, I might expound on Carnage or Galactus, you know. Yeah. My next joint, I'm gonna be talking about the Black Cat. I like the Black Cat story, you know what I mean? Shit is L, you know? She dope too. She dope too. I think that I'm gonna be talking about her tomorrow morning. Know what I mean? And like, yo, man, when I do these stories, man, leave comments, yo. Let me know what you think, you know? And make requests too. Yeah, yo, do that, yo. Like, either hit up Kevin or me and request what you want me to talk about. Know what I mean? And I'll look into it, you know? Word up, word up. Yo, Kev, we got somebody in backstage. Let them in. They trying to get in. But yeah, man, you can leave comments and tell me who your favorite Marvel character or DC character, and I'll expound on that. And it doesn't even have to be just Marvel characters or DC characters. It could be like anime too, because I'm into anime too. So just I mean, if y'all want to talk about One Piece, nigga, let me know. I'll do that. Y'all want me to get on the Naruto, nigga? Just let me know. I'll get on that shit too, my nigga. Yeah. But yeah, man. Shit, man. I'm on it. Just I just I don't know, man. It's like I get excited talking about Marvel characters and stuff like that, and I get even more excited, conversing with somebody that knows something about it too. You know. Yeah, man. Pretty much. Yo, this is what it is, man. And let me see. Who else? Who else is an ill villain? Who else is an ill villain? Um, Doc Ock. He's cool too. Yeah, I mean, the Hobgoblin. I like him too. I like the Green Goblin. The reason why I like the Green Goblin is like, yo, like he kind of like borderline psychotic. Like he got a psychotic. Like Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin. You know what I mean? Now for those of you who don't know who Norman Osborn is, he's like a rich dude. He like a rich dude that put out like ill tech. Like he's like equivalent to the dude that created like I wouldn't say the internet, but yo, what's good, Marcus, man?
Yo, 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 what up?
Yo, what's good, man? What you think about the story today, man? What you like about it, or what
Nah,
you
it's
don't
dope,
like about
man.
it?
I watch it. I watch you sometimes when you're talking about like Marvel characters. So either if I
Word
don't
up,
come in the chat, I'll be listening to you. So a lot of
word
support.
up. I
hmm
ain't know you listened, man. That's what's up, man.
Yeah, cause I know. Growing up, I was like watching Marvel and DC and stuff. I was mostly a Marvel fan, but
Mm-hmm.
every now and then I dabble in DC. But
Word.
that was my thing.
Word. I'm more of a Marvel fan too, but I like some of DC characters too, man. Yo, so who's some of your favorite people from Marvel?
From the hero side, I gotta go. One of them is Wolverine. I was gonna
Okay,
shout out Wolverine is one of them. The other one is obviously Spider Man.
okay,
Um,
mine's
and
too.
then and then Silver Surfer is one.
Oh, okay. Now,
Uh,
now, now, let's expound on Surfer. What you like? Because you know Silver Surfer works for Galactus, and I noticed that you
he,
mentioned
yeah, he.
Galactus in the comics. So, talk to me.
All right, because Galactus obviously, well, Galactus when he was picking his planets, right, to absorb and take the energy and take the power from them before they would be
Yeah.
destroyed. He
Hmm.
he came across Norrin Rad, which was the name of Silver Surfer, before he became Silver Surfer. And then that's when he said, "Hey, I'll spare your planet if you come and find and look for search for other planets for me to feed, and I'll spare yours." And so he became the Herald because Relax likes to have heralds. And
Right.
then
Right.
he gave him the surfer with the surfboard that caused him gave him more cosmic powers. So that's why he has these cosmic abilities because of what Galactus granted him. Because Galactus was like a celestial before the Big Bang. So when the Big Bang exploded, he was one of the beings already existing. And I
Right. Right.
guess
Right.
so like Galactus be lurking, man. He's lurking.
Word. I didn't know you know this much, man.
hmm
So you know about the Celestials and all that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I know some of that, but I also know some of like the one above all, which is supposed to be like the god of Marvel. You
Well,
know,
what's his name?
it's called the one above all.
Okay. Okay. See, I'm learning something new today, man.
So he's the one
Word.
above all, and then you have like other beings called Infinity, other beings called Fate. Like all these other beings. You even have like Sentry is another one of my favorites from Marvel. Sentry, which is like
I've heard of Century. I've heard of Century.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
he's pretty powerful himself. Now Century, I feel like Century is like a knockoff of Superman. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. You could definitely say. Well, and what's up? What's up, chaotic?
What's going on, man?
Just
yo,
chilling,
what's
man.
what's
What's up?
good, Labudo?
Shit, chilling, man. You guys were talking about Superman.
Nah, we talking about Century. I just said Century's a knockoff of Superman. Now, yo, Century, like
Yeah,
he gets his power from like he's like pure energy of sun, right?
yeah. Basically,
Yeah, yeah, pretty much like
yeah,
similar to
yeah.
Superman.
Cause they remember when World War Hulk was happening when he came back after he was booted off. He had somehow got his way back from Sakaar. I think that's the planet. Pla-
Yeah,
Planet
yeah.
Sakaar. So when he crashed, because the Illuminati sent him, Marvel's Illuminati, he
Mm-hmm.
came back pissed. So one of the beings, as he was beating up everybody in the Marvel universe, I think one of the Avengers went to go talk to Sentry. He said, "Hey man, I got to recruit you because you're one of the only ones powerful enough to fight Hulk." And they basically came like at a stalemate. But yeah, like World Breaker Hulk, so that was crazy in itself. Hulk is one of my other
Yeah.
favorite characters too.
Mine's too. Mine's too. Now, did you ever like? Do you know about how low key uh kidnapped the Hulk and brought him uh
Oh, to Asgard.
to Asgard? Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
yo,
yeah.
yo. Let me.
He smacked up Thor for a bit.
Yo, he was damn near killed Thor, man. I'm like, yo, this nigga
Hmm.
about to kill Thor, right? It was so intense that I forgot who sent them to the goddess of death in hell, but he somehow end up in hell, right? So
Yeah.
this nigga, this nigga Hulk was such a problem. Harry was like, yo, get this nigga out of here. What the fuck is
Yo,
going on? And
cause Hela is I think in the comics, Hela is supposed to be Loki's like daughter.
yeah, that's his daughter. Yeah. And the crazy part is, right, like the reason why the Hulk was, running around crazy and rampant is because uh low key separated Bruce Banner soul from the Hulk's body.
Yeah.
So that's how he was able to control the Hulk. And I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. So what Hera did, like he took the soul of Bruce Banner and put it back in the Hulk so that the Hulk could revert back to his mortal self, which is Bruce Banner. And that's how they got him out of hell and shit, nigga.
Is
But
that
if it
did
wasn't
you
for
watch?
that,
Did you watch that Hulk versus where he had the two movies where it's Wolverine one story and then Thor the other? Is that what you're
yo,
talking about?
yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
That movie was ill.
Yeah, it was ill, man. I'm like, yo, yo, but that's one of the few mutants that can actually hang with the Hulk is Wolverine and Sentry. You know what I mean? I can't
Oh
think of
yeah.
nobody else. Oh, and Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom can hang with the Hulk too.
Hmm.
I've
You
seen.
and a lot of
Yeah,
guys forget too that Namor wasn't exactly a good hero. He wasn't a good guy.
yeah, he's
Ne-
kind of evil. Yeah,
Yeah, because
Nemo, right?
he has kind of like because he kind of has like a bitter kind of like hatred with like the humans, the surface dwellers as he likes to call them. So
Yeah, yo, that's crazy. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I know my stuff, bro. I know my
I,
stuff. And then
yeah,
y'all also got to remember, you know how there's like a black Venom?
yeah.
Well, there's an anti-Venom, and so the colors are
Yeah.
reversed.
No. Yo,
So he's
who
white
is
and
the
black.
anti venom? Yo, I never heard of the anti venom. Like, who is that?
So like anti-Venom, I think one of the ones that showed him, portrayed him was, you know, the guy who played Scorpion, that was like a rival of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So that guy, Matt Gargan, he became one of the anti-Venoms. And I think at one point, either Flash Thompson or Eddie Brock, something happened, and I guess something reversed, and it was supposed to be like a parallel or an alternate Venom. And so anti-Venom is like a more amplified, more powerful Venom.
So
And
it's a more power. It's a more powerful symbiote.
yeah, because it's more
Okay.
evolved. And
Okay.
so it's pretty dope though. But I mean, if you got time to ever check it out, just look at the
Yeah,
storylines
yeah. I'm definitely gonna check that out, man. Definitely.
there were times where the original Venom and Spider-Man and them had to team up to fight him and stop him. And I remember Toxin. He's one of the other symbiotes. I think he's supposed to be more powerful than Carnage, or just as powerful as
Wow.
Carnage. Yeah,
Wow.
it's pretty crazy, right? But I know my stuff, man. And then plus X-Men. I think one of my other favorite X-Men that I like because I used to play that video game on PlayStation 1 for X-Men Mutant Academy.
I
Uh,
remember that. I remember that.
Havoc is one of my favorites too. I used to like Havoc.
Yo, I like Havoc too, man. Yo,
What's
that's
up,
that's
Ivan?
that's
What up? What
Cyclops'
up? What
brother.
up?
Yeah, man, I know my stuff, bro. Before you know it, hey, villains and all that, like comic
Yeah,
lore,
but I'm like, yo,
Mephisto.
when you
Mhm.
said Mephisto, I'm like, yo, I spoke about Son yesterday.
I
I'm
didn't
like,
even know that. I
okay,
missed it.
yeah. I did a live stream on Doctor Doom, and because you know how Mephisto got his mom's burning in hell, and he like
Hmm.
Mephisto's torturing her
You know
because
who's one of his sons, right?
huh?
You know who one of his sons is, right?
Who? I don't know.
Blackheart.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't
Hmm.
know that.
Yeah, Blackheart is one of his sons because it's one of his creations.
Man,
And then among other demonic like villains that Mephisto creates. So and then Nightcrawler is supposed to be like a son of either Azazel from X-Men First Class.
Wait a minute. Oh, I know who Azazel is, but I thought Nightcrawler's father was Magneto, and his mom's is Mystique.
Nightcrawler?
Yeah.
No. Well, from the comics that I know, maybe it's an alternate universe, but I remember in one comic it was Azazel and Mystique that had a baby, and another one it's Mephisto and some other. I think it was either Mystique or some other creature that ends up having a baby and ends up being Nightcrawler. So it could be one of the alternates, but that's just from what I know.
Wow, I didn't know Azazel smashed Mystique, yo. I didn't know that.
Bro, Mystique got around. What are you talking
Yo,
about?
I was just about to say, yo, she a 304, my nigga. Everybody had a piece of that, know what I mean?
Hey, man, especially if she's looking like Jennifer Lawrence or that chick from the first 3 movies.
Yeah. Yo, salute to you, Ivan G, man. What's good, man? You been ghosting these YouTube streets, man. Where you been at?
Yeah. Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, I come on every once in a while. I don't do a lot of YouTube. I like to come on here with you guys every so often. I got my channel and I'm trying to get it going. Yeah, I'm trying to get it going, but yeah, I'm trying to get better at it, man. So,
yo, send me a link, man, so I can subscribe, man. So anytime you go live, man, I'll come up and cam up, bro.
Yo, definitely. Oh, and I want to correct something, Marcus. Galactus is not what'd you say he was? A Sentinel? Or what did you say he was?
A Celestial?
No, he's not a Celestial.
He's a Titan. He's a Titan, right?
No, he's a science from the planet. He was from Ta, a place called Ta.
There you go. Ta.
He's a Ta, and when there was the Big Bang, he was merged with what's called the sentience of the universe.
That's right.
And that's how he got his power. But no, he's not a celestial.
Yeah, I keep messing up because I knew he was from planet Ta, but I couldn't remember if he was a sentient or like a celestial. That's the word that got mixed up in.
Yeah, he's neither. He was just a scientist that got merged during the Big Bang with the sentience of the universe. Also, man, I think we spoke about this last time, but man, that Silver Surfer series that's on Disney Plus now, that they pulled and brought back, that they never released it, but it's on the Disney Plus on the Silver Surfer series, man. It tells the story of everybody because Silver Surfer is traveling looking for planets for Galactus, and he meets everybody. That on this series, Thanos plays a minor role. He's still dangerous. He plays a minor role. But one person y'all overlooked as far as enemy is the Shadow King. That's one person you overlooked, who probably controlled one of the most powerful mutants ever, which was Legion.
Oh, Legion. Oh, is that mutant, the one who had a TV show on FX?
Yeah, Professor X's son.
Yeah, because every split personality has a certain power, right?
Yeah, and he was one of the most powerful mutants. Yeah, and Shadow King controlled him. That's how he got his powers, because the Shadow King got into his mind. So yeah, when I talk about villains, leave out the Shadow King. But that's about it, man. I come here to chop it up. I be wanting to catch your shows, man. But
I haven't talked to you in a bit, Ivan.
Yeah, I know, man. I went on Rod's show, then went on Chaotic show last night, had some fun. But
hey, you were trolling when Grey Pill and me were talking about Jedi versus the Sith. You were trolling me, right?
Yo, I actually saw that. I saw that episode, man.
Yeah.
Yo, y'all me dying.
Eve? I see you, Eve. Yeah, Eve. The channel is Ivan G's Corner. Come on over there, Eve. Let's chop it up.
Okay, Straight Cast. I see you. Okay, I didn't know. You know what? I'm gonna have to brush up on that, man.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Hold on, y'all.
Yo, they say Luke Cage actually cracked the armor of the magical armor of Dr. Doom. He's like the only. I gotta read up on this, man, because that's like the only person that ever did some shit like the.
But nobody shows respect to Blade, man, because Blade is one.
You know what? I might do a live stream on that, man. Blade got an ill storyline too. Know what I mean?
Yeah, because if you remember, before MCU, the first movie to come out from Marvel that made it big was Blade.
Yeah. Blade. Matter of fact, that movie saved Marvel from remaining bankrupt, man. Like, it saved the company. The movie Blade.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big facts. And then, I know, I don't really watch Moon Knight, but as far as a character, I thought he was dope too in the comics, and
Yeah,
I think
Moon
the
Knight's
series.
pretty cool.
I think the series ended up pretty dope. It kind of started out kind of. I was like, whoa, wait, what is this? You know how they did. I'm really not with the guy that actually plays Moon Knight. The actor.
yeah, Oscar Isaac.
Yeah, I'm not really with that. You know, he kind of. I don't know. They kind of.
He just looks too frail and too fragile.
Exactly.
Yo, what are your thoughts on She-Hulk, man? Do you think it's going to be good?
They gotta fix that CGI on that face, man. They messed up.
She-Hulk and Disney, I just don't see it.
But as far as Abomination Hulk, that's what I want to see. I don't really care about She-Hulk.
Yeah, now Abomination. Oh, and the leader. That's what I always wanted to see. The leader.
Oh, with the big brain.
Hulk, the last Hulk movie. Remember when the substance spilled on him? And
his
head
hit
up?
His brain. Yeah.
I've always wanted to see the continuation of that.
Me too. But I don't think they will bring that make a sequel for that film, because the main character that played in American X, like, he wanted more money, and Marvel told him to take a hike. So I don't think it's gonna happen.
But you know what I found out was that Secret Invasion is coming out, so it's gonna be dope.
No way.
Thor 4 is coming out too.
What?
They just talked about, well, because it was already in the scripts like 2 or 3 years ago, but it was after Captain Marvel.
That Secret Invasion shit is gonna be dope, man.
You know what I liked about that comic storyline?
What you liked about it?
2 things: Super Skrull, and the how, like, in certain when they were fighting the Avengers, the actual ones, the Skrulls. Some of them, when they went to the science lab, they genetically fused 2 powers from 2 different heroes when they're fighting the Avengers. So Wolverine could be having like the Spidey sense and the web slinging, or Thor and Captain America. That stuff, bro.
They even have a version where the Fantastic Four was dealing with the
Super Skrull.
The Super Skrull. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he had all 4 powers.
They was fighting him in the Inhumans planet, Black Bolt's planet.
Yeah, man. And, Black Bolt can't even whisper, bro. He can't even whisper.
Yeah, can't even whisper, man, or he'll destroy his city if he whispers, man. That shit is crazy.
Him and Lockjaw are my favorite. Lockjaw, the teleporting big dog.
That's the dog. Yeah, the dog that's able to teleport. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. See, I know my stuff, bro. I know my stuff.
I see that, man. Yo, you need to be camming up with me when I'm making these breakdowns, man. You know what I mean?
Man. I know, I get you. I just thought because it was like a solo thing, I thought you were just doing your thing.
Nah. If you know something, like if you cam up and I'm talking about the story and you actually know what you're talking about, I ain't gonna trip. I mean,
I know Gambit. I know you talked about Gambit.
Oh, you saw that episode, or you
Remy LeBeau. Remy LeBeau from New Orleans.
Okay, yeah. I like his storyline too, man. I expound on that. You know what I mean?
But let me ask you something. Do you think it was a good portrayal of Gambit when he came out in X-Men Origins, or you thought it was trash?
I mean, I think it was okay. I wouldn't say trash, because anything Marvel put out, it's not going to be garbage. You know what I mean? I just thought it was okay. I mean, what are your thoughts on it?
Man, I was just happy to see Gambit. I didn't give a shit if it was good, bad, or ugly. I don't care.
Okay, so you're just like a Gambit fan.
No, I'm just a overall. Well, I like Gambit. He's one of my favorite mutants. But I'm glad to see when fans are finally asking to see a character and they get it. You know, I'm just one of those fans that I'm grateful and I appreciate it. You know.
Word. Me too.
But they're messing up. They're messing up because.
We can't front though, yo. Gambit is a simp though. He be simping, my nigga.
Oh, for Rogue? Yeah.
Yeah, he be simping hard. Yo, salute to you, Eve. I see you in the building. Yeah, man, that nigga be simping, man. But I still like him though. Don't get me wrong. I still like him. Yeah. Nigga got crazy swag though.
Well, I think the only other mega simp there is Cyclops for Jean Grey.
Yo, he is the ultimate simp. Yo, he's the god of all simps in the Marvel universe, my nigga.
See, Wolverine. What people don't understand is you can put it into real life. Wolverine was the bad boy Chad or Brad, the one that was a dangerous guy.
He smashed Jean. He
And
smashed
Storm.
Rogue. Storm. Yo, he
See,
done ran through the whole clique, my
hey,
nigga.
guess what? Guess what? He ain't 6 feet. He ain't got 6 figures. Nope.
Yeah.
But
Yo,
he
you
do
funny
got.
as hell.
But even though that dude's like shredded and bulked up, but you know, that's all you need, man, because he's a bad boy. He's like the general. I think he's like the general of the X-Men. He might not be the captain, but he's the general.
Yeah. But you know,
Oh,
like
Beast. Beast is my other favorite X-Men.
Yo, I like Henry McCoy. Yeah.
Henry McCoy.
Henry Hank McCoy, man. Yo, I fucks with him, man. Like I like him because he be on some philosophical shit, you know what I mean? Always quoting Shakespeare and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Not to mention he's the best thing to use against Magneto.
Oh, why you say that?
Because he has no metal, no claws, no iron.
Right. But
remember in X-Men 3 The Last Stand? Perfect.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man. That's I like it because the reason why I like that film is because not only it breaks down their I would say their younger years of like it breaks down the storyline of them being their younger self before they become like the Magnetos and Professor X. You know what I mean? Like to see that, you know,
like
it's
origins.
almost it's equivalent to watching like Gotham. You know what I mean? Because Gotham, you see the Penguin before he becomes the Penguin. You see the Riddler before he becomes the Riddler, which I think is pretty interesting.
Edward Nigma.
Yeah. Oh, yo, did they discontinue that show or they still got more seasons coming out?
No, I think it hit its point. I think it did like 6 seasons, but you know, sometimes shows you can't have it let them drag too long because then you got like the issue with like The Walking Dead a little, you know.
Yeah.
Because I like The Walking Dead, but I miss the older years, you know. Like the older years were better than I thought than what they are now. But you know, some show like Sons of Anarchy is one of my favorite shows, and they finished at 7 seasons. But
that's that biker show, right? Well, all those bikers.
Yeah. Like right now, like
that's actually a good show, man.
Yeah,
real good show.
It still holds up to now. And then like I watch like Narcos Mexico. I watch like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. You know, I'm into
Narcos
like the actual.
Good.
I'm into like the manly men shows. You know what I'm saying? So like, anything that's like fighting, violence. Sometimes you know it's in our nature. It's man's nature, right? We fight. You know?
Yeah, but you know, people gonna say that's toxic masculinity, man.
Man, get cut out with that BS. Man, cut out with that BS. Man, I'm not into this politically correct world. I can't stand it.
Yo, it's like you can't say nothing no more, man.
Bro, you can't say nothing, bro. Like I can say something about a sandwich now. Like that sandwich is, you know, bomb and shit or something like that. They look at you crazy, but you know, you see a girl walking past by, you give her a compliment, you might get me too.
Yo, what are your thoughts on the laws and the law that they're about to come up in Florida where you're not allowed to say the word gay? You can't call nobody gay out there if they're from the alphabet community. What are your thoughts on that?
I thought it was the one where you can't teach the kids in elementary. I thought that's what it was about.
Nah.
So you can't say the G word in Florida?
No, well, it's not solidified yet, but they're trying to make it official. I mean,
well, I don't care because I don't live in Florida, so I'm in California. But California still kind of sucks from time to time.
Yeah, California is like a liberal state, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, that bull spit. You know, Governor Newsom. You know that guy. You know he's getting us all taxes, inflation.
Yo, I heard to rent a room in fucking LA is like $1,500 a month or some shit like that.
Man, so I grew up in the Bay Area, right? So right now in the Bay Area, you got 3 people shacked up in the studio, paying a couple $1,000 a month.
That's crazy.
Maybe you're lucky if it's a 1-bedroom apartment and you're lucky. You're paying like 2 G's easily.
That's equivalent to renting a house, man.
Yeah, like where I'm at, I'm in Southern California, so it's cheaper down here. But even then, the 1-bedroom or like a condo, it could be from $2,000. It could be $1,800, $1,600, $1,500.
Yeah, that's no different from New York or Boston, but
yeah, well, that's why the prices are matching.
That's just crazy. That's why the homeless rate up over there is like crazy. Like they got like a it's called Skid Row or some shit like that.
Yeah, yep. You got nothing but people in tents, needles on the floor.
Shit is crazy, man.
You got people like pillaging. You got people graping. You got people like all acting a mess, acting a fool out there, hurting each other.
Yo, that's like almost unreal, man.
But you're from New York, bro, so you know how it is. You know how it is.
I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts, but I reside in New Jersey. I do spend a lot of time.
Jersey.
Yeah, I do spend time in New York, but I'm not from New York.
Oh, so you're a Bostonian?
Yeah, I'm a Bostonian, but I lived everywhere, man. I lived in Florida. You know what I'm saying? You could call me a Floridian because I lived in Fort Lauderdale for a while. Yeah, I mean, I done lived everywhere,
you saw
man.
all those chicks in bikinis out there?
Yeah, you already knew. You already know, man. I used to hit up Cayocho every year. Know what I mean?
Oh, Lord.
That should be hella lit, you know?
Hey, how's Boston?
Boston is cool, man. It's a beautiful city. Lots of job opportunities out there, you know. Shit, the women out there is pretty cool too. You know what I mean?
I heard back in the day, y'all had like it was a big issue was like the Irish mob or Irish gangs and stuff.
That's before my time, man. You know what I mean? Okay. I was born in '84, so I ain't lived to see that. You know what I mean?
Isn't that where they said that? Remember watching the movie The Town? They said that like a lot of bank robberies would happen in the state of Massachusetts.
Yeah. I mean, but you know, that's some white boys doing that shit, man. Them boys is live, man. Yo, them Irish boys, man, they get busy, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know man. Because one of my favorite movies is the Departed. So, Departed is one of my favorites.
The Departed.
Yeah, the Departed. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get out of my car.
They be killing that accent way too. You know, niggas from Boston don't talk like that, man. We don't talk like
Mark
that.
Mark Wahlberg does it from his movies too. From time to time, I catch him doing that.
Man, we don't talk like that, man. You go to Dorchester, Roxbury, none of us talk like that. We talk like how I'm talking right now.
I'm like, Mom, in my car.
Now, if you go outside of Boston, like go to Rhode Island or Rainham, niggas talk like that. They be forcing it.
Ain't that funny?
That shit's way too funny, man.
Yo, it's like, Mom, in my car, trying to go to the bar. Let's meet up to the bar for a couple of Teddy Brewskis.
Yeah, we don't talk like that. Not at all, man. Hell no.
Yeah, I know my Boston accent, bro.
But yo, the movie Departure was pretty good though, man. That's a fucking classic film.
Bro, Jack Nicholson, Martin Sheen, Mark Wahlberg, you got Leo DiCaprio,
they all did a great job, man. I'm like, yo, this shit is good. You know? And it's funny, man, because you know, they're all from Boston, man. Leonardo DiCaprio, Marky Marcus from out there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That shit is crazy, man. And they all be killing that accent, though, man. I'm like, yo, we don't talk like this, man.
He said, where is she? Ma, where's my car? I was like, oh, shit. I was like, hey, and then The Heat. Have you watched The Heat with Sandra Bullock and that other big chick? What's her other name?
I seen a little bit. I couldn't watch the whole film because I didn't like the film. But
so there's a scene, right?
The movie was shot in Boston, though, right?
Right, and it's supposed to be. I guess that other big chick. I can't remember her name. She was like from Ghostbusters or something like that.
Yeah. The heavyset chick.
Yeah, and then she goes and meets up with the family. Sandra Bullock is meeting her family, and the next thing you know, sits down at the table, and the family's just grilling her, right? Because they're that old school like Boston family. And then next thing you know, that brother says, "So are you a knock?" He said, "What's a that?" He said, "What's that?" He said, "A knock." Oh, what's a knock? He's like, "No, a knock. Like, are you a knock?" Oh, you mean a narc? Yeah, I'm a narc. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I said, a knock. I was like, bro, you got me killing me.
Yo, they kind of be forcing it, man. We don't talk like that. I mean, if you go outside of Boston, you'll hear that accent. You know what I mean? Like even in
Yeah.
South Boston, like the Irishmen in South Boston don't even talk like that. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
and if you do, you might hear it a little bit, but they don't do they don't lay it on thick like these movies, man. Like yo, if you go in the parts of Boston where I'm from, like Dorchester, Roxbury, Four Corners, Heat Street, you know what I mean, which everybody calls H Block, none of us talk like that. Yo, we talk
Man, bro.
wrong.
Hey,
Yeah.
but somehow Hollywood does that to you.
Yeah, man. Yo, that shit is funny, man. Yo, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. Next thing I know, hey, man, I'm gonna be like, hey, yo, Rush, I'm in my car. Let me get out of here. Let me get a couple bars. We'll go get a couple Teddy Brewskis. You know what I'm saying?
Yo. Yo, you funny as hell, man.
No,
Yo,
I'm chilling, bro.
so you have you ever been to Boston?
Nah, but I always wanted to visit over there.
Word. Okay.
I was stationed in the East Coast. I was stationed in Georgia, North Carolina. I was right by Florida and Louisiana, right there. So I had a chance to go to New York, but I didn't take it to go. It was time when we had like time off. I missed my opportunity, but I wish I would have visited at least New York once, just to say I went and like maybe got to eat some of that New York pizza, some Chinese food there. See the like
Yo,
rats, the
Boston
rats
got
the
the
size of Master
best.
Splinter.
Yo, Boston got the best. Yo, you funny as hell. Boston got the best Chinese food. I mean, I done lived in a lot of
Huh?
places, man. Yes. You gotta eat Boston's
I never heard
Chinese
that.
food, bro. Yes, man. We got the best Chinese food.
I heard that you guys have like Boston cream pie and like clam chowder and all that kind of stuff.
The clam chowder, yeah, the clam chowder. That's what we're famous for. But Boston Chinese food restaurants is real good. Like they it's A1. Cause I don't live in mad places, man. It's not in comparison to different states. Boston has the best Chinese food. Philly's known for their Philly cheesesteak.
Cheesesteaks.
Boston's known for their chowder, and New York is known for their pizza. But
Yeah.
we got to get our respect for the Chinese food, bruh. I should be on point.
But y'all get representation for Boston cream pie, so that's what y'all get.
But you know what, man? I don't even eat that. I think that shit is nasty. I don't even eat that
man,
shit.
I didn't make that.
You know? Yo, so how long you served in the military?
6 years.
6 years.
Yes, sir.
So what do you do now? And I'll thank you for your services, brother.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. No, I work for the government. I work for Uncle Sam still. So
Okay.
I just don't be the military, but I work south of the border.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're like in like law enforcement, kind of.
You can say that. I'm more like a government contractor, but when we got to get our hands dirty, we get our hands dirty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I'm more like a DOD contractor.
Word. How's the money? Money's good?
Yeah, it pays its bills. I can't complain.
I know you can cop a house with no problem with the GI Bill. You don't even have to come up with a down payment, man.
Yeah.
You just pay
School
as you go.
It paid for college. It paid for like medical expenses, health benefits. And then just it helped the clearance, background check. All that stuff. It helps.
Word.
What about you, man? So how's New York over there?
Well, I'm not in New York. I'm in New Jersey, but New York is cool. Jersey
how's
is
Jersey?
straight. Jersey is straight. It's still kind of cold though. Like everybody's still wearing coats and shit, man. And it's like damn near we about to hit up June soon. You know what I mean? Like we're towards the end of May right now. Still kind of cold. But
is Jersey tough?
Depending on what part you're at. I would say Patterson, Newark, Trenton is pretty dangerous.
Okay. Yeah, because I know I don't know if you know him, right? But the dude from the Great Pill podcast, he's from Jersey.
Yeah, I've heard him mentioned it before. I'm just curious on what part of Jersey he's from, but salute to Great Pill podcast.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Definitely got dope content, man. I've been watching this joint for a little bit too. But what are your thoughts on this monkeypox, man? Do you think we're gonna have another shutdown coming up soon?
No,
I don't think so either.
no,
No, I don't
monkeypox
think
has
so.
been around since the 50s. Cases are extremely rare. But I guess you could say the same thing about the COVID situation. But no, but
Yeah,
monkeypox has
because
been around. The media just needs. Go ahead.
there was an article I read on this guy from Europe came back to the States, and
Let me
he
just say
had
something real quick, Rush. You
uh
say the nah mean so many damn times that I know anybody else in the damn America. You say nah mean in every other sentence. Shout out to
I
you.
I know, man. It's a bad habit. I got to get rid of this
Nah,
bad
you're good,
habit,
bro.
man.
It's what makes you you. I'm just saying. I didn't mean to interrupt, but
Yeah,
nah
but
mean.
look, the media needs some more. They need to people to keep watching the media. They need people to keep buying papers and looking at Yahoo News and shit. So they need the newest virus. So it's like, oh, okay, let's go through the history. Oh, monkeypox. Here, let's spread that to the people. I think that's what's going on. I don't think
Okay, so you don't think it's nothing major? You don't think
I
it's going to
think
be a
90%
pandemic
of Rush, honestly, I believe 90% of media is just for
propaganda?
no, not propaganda, but I believe it's just for revenue. Anything that they can come up with their ass, they can sensationalize the masses and the people. Oh, monkeypox! Wow, like monkeypox works now because we're still in the COVID era, and so it works. So COVID is dying off, and the media knows. Okay, well during COVID, look how much views we got.
Well, aren't they going to make another mandate for us to wear masks again, though?
I don't necessarily think that monkeypox is on the scale as a COVID, but what I do believe is it's just a money ploy for the news to
Yeah,
keep.
I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think that monkeypox is even going to be a thing that people are going to even remember 2 weeks from now. I think it's just some shit that the media did to get to reviews.
Yeah, that makes sense because we are still in the process of dealing, like getting over this
Yeah,
pandemic. So yeah,
yeah,
that do make sense.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, but no, monkeypox is flu-like symptoms, and it's been around since the 40s or
And
50s.
it also has like a bubbly sensation on the skin too. Like
Oh yeah,
yeah, it looks bad, man. It's
yeah.
worse. It's worse. It's far more worse than the chicken pox. But they
So
say if you had the chicken pox once, you can never catch it again.
yeah, I think there's vaccines for the chicken pox. I mean, I know when I was a kid, we all had chicken pox as kids, but I think they have like a cure or a vaccine that kids take now, so they won't even get it at birth.
Well, I wouldn't say there's a cure for any disease. Yo, salute to you, official urban therapist. Stay gang. What up? But
Yeah.
I would say like because like these medicines that they come up with, what it does, it helps. It just boosts the immune system to allow for you to heal from whatever illness that you
Yeah.
have. Like there's no modern day cure for a modern day cold. You know what I mean? You heal from a cold. You drink some NyQuil. Your NyQuil produces the NyQuil makes you more sleepy, and it helps you produce more white blood cells, which fights off the disease. But there is no cure for a disease. But I understand what you're saying.
Mm. Yeah, monkeypox. Just some crazy shit they made up. Um, but yeah, it's interesting, man. I see
Yo,
Ivan.
so
Go ahead.
what's your thoughts on the Kingpin, man? What's your thoughts on the Kingpin backstory? Talk to me.
Oh, my apologies, man. I've been in and out. I didn't really get a chance to listen. I was
You sound sick, man. Are you okay?
yeah, I'm a little bit under the weather. Yeah. So I'm getting a little bit better. But thank you for asking, Marcus.
I appreciate it. No problem.
I was in and out the chat. I don't even know what the Kingpin is. I know it's Marvel, correct?
Yeah,
He's one of
Kingpin is like
Spider-Man's villains.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Well,
like a crime boss for New York.
well, I never really got into Marvel up until recently with Thanos. Marvel is, I believe, the heir apparent to the sci-fi genre, and I would like to get into it a little bit more. So I will research the Kingpin, the depth of character backgrounds in Marvel. is more, in my opinion, more extensive than any other
Oh
sci-fi
yeah.
superhero movie.
Like all these stories I'm talking about, like
Right.
on each live stream,
Yeah.
is basically like a synopsis of it. Like it's
Yeah.
not even
Yeah.
touching the
Yeah. Yeah.
surface of it. You know,
Yeah.
it just gives you an idea what I'm talking about. But yeah,
Yeah.
there are background storylines. Is
Are
just
very depth.
it's yeah.
Yeah. Marvel definitely. Again, I'm a person who doesn't know anything about Marvel, but from what I've seen is that Marvel is definitely, or literally has the throne in terms of superhero and science fiction films currently. And I believe that Marvel is the reason why a lot of other sci-fi franchises have stepped their game up. Star Wars, their new iterations are incredible now. Star Trek, the new series are incredible now. And I think we got to say that Marvel is the reason why, because Marvel set the bar 12, 13 years ago when they first started making the Marvel Universe, MCU. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
look into it. The
You know,
Kingpin.
I had a chance to buy stock from that, man, and
From what?
I didn't think this shit would be this big. You know,
You bought stock from who? I'm sorry,
I wanted to buy stocks, but I never did. I should have.
stock in who?
And Marvel had stock. Like I had access to buy stock for Marvel back in the early 2000.
Mm, are you sure? I don't think Marvel has stock. I think
Yo, they got stock, bro.
No, Marvel is owned by
Disney.
I'm not trying to. It's owned by Disney. So
Disney
that
recently.
you would have to buy Disney stock. Yeah, not
But early
Marvel's
2000, early 2000, Marvel was its own thing. You know what I mean? Disney just recently purchased Marvel, and like they haven't owned Marvel for over 20 years, bro. Like
So
I'm talking about like early 2000.
I don't know who owned Marvel before it, but I don't think Marvel itself was ever publicly traded. I mean, I could do my research, but I don't think it was ever publicly traded. I know that it was. Let me see, because I want to be sure of this. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to do my research before I say anything. Give me 1 second. I'll be back, guys.
no problem, bro. Take your time.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, let me see.
As you're looking for that, I gotta comment this because that one of the things that's kind of getting me a little pissed off about where Marvel is going this direction is a lot of this woke feminism, liberal, alphabet community type, garbage.
Yeah.
I can't stand that,
Yo. You see what they did to Aqualad on the Young Justice, right?
bro. Too much.
I was so upset when I saw that, man. I'm like, yo, what's going on, man? Like, and I'm like, yo, the thing first, I was upset. Then I thought about it, like, yo, what if a young kid watches this? Like, this would lead him to move in that kind of direction. You know what I mean?
Yep, you're preaching big facts. But hey, mom, get out of my car.
Yeah, man, I'm totally not feeling that, man. And look, and it's more. They're mostly doing this on the DC side. They haven't really they did it with one of the Celestials in the film, but
they're doing it. They did it with that chick in Doctor Strange, the new one with America Chavez. The girl that does like star portals to other dimensions. They did it with her too.
I didn't see. I haven't seen the Wanda joint with Doctor Strange yet.
Oh, that was really good, man. That was a masterpiece.
Yep.
I actually saw that. My friend allowed me, I got my friend's Disney account because I don't really do streaming services, and I watched it. It's really good. I do want to point out that Marvel was publicly traded in the 90s, and they filed for bankruptcy in 98, and so
that's when Blade saved them.
Traded in the 90s, yeah.
Yeah, but like when I was getting ready to buy some of that, like there was some stock options with Marvel in the early 2000s. It was because of the Iron Man film. So they
Correct.
were publicly traded in the early 2000s too.
I'll take
Not
your
just
word. I mean, I'll
98.
take your word for it. I mean, I don't know if they were publicly traded in the early 2000s. But I'll
But
take your word for it.
I didn't buy anything though. I mentioned that I wanted to buy it, but I didn't buy it, and I wish I did bought some because now look how big Marvel. Because back then, Marvel wasn't that big in the cinematic lane. You know what I mean? They were just getting their feet wet in the film game. You know what I mean? Because the
Yeah.
only film that was a hit and that saved them from being bankrupt was that
Nice.
movie Blade.
Oh, Blade.
Blade saved them from being bankrupt, which was in the year 98.
Yeah.
You know what I
That
mean?
was
So from
is it 99 or
98,
98?
98, it's probably 99. They copyrighted from 98, but the shit was really put out 99. So between 99 2000, they had you was able to buy stocks and trades on Marvel. You know what I mean? And I missed the opportunity to do that. I just ignored it. But at the time, I was mad young too, nigga. I was like probably like what 19, 20.
Oh
I
shit!
was
How
mad
old are
young.
you? How old are you, Rush?
I'm 37.
Oh, you don't sound like it. I thought you were like 27 or something.
Nah, man, I'm a grown man.
Hey, notice how he just deepened your voice. No, man, I'm a grown man, bro.
Oh man, yo, but yeah, man, you know, like I'm totally against with all this sugary movement they got going on with DC, man. They got what's his name, Superboy having you know what I mean? Having a boyfriend and all that. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, fam?
I think it's not really like, why is it relevant? Like, why do we have to see it? Why does that matter? What happened to just the storyline, the hero, the villain, the people in the middle, maybe a little bit, but that's it. You ain't got to do all the extra stuff. I think it's
Because
relevant.
here goes the thing, man. I got a point because I don't really know anything about Marvel, but I do know something about Star Trek, right? And I'm gonna apply it to what we're talking about. There was a news article I read that said that Captain Burnham would be the first black captain. And I said, what the fuck are they talking about? They had black captains in the beginning of Star Trek and in the TV shows. And I think they meant to say that she would be the first black woman to play to have a lead role in an actual series. And they got that wrong. And what the woke thing now is doing is that they're trying to pretend as though they're doing something new when in fact, you know, they were doing this 30, 40 years ago. For example, I'll use Star Trek again. They had a woman captain as the lead character in a series in the damn 90s. You know, Captain Sisko, who was black, was a lead black man in his own series in the 90s. They had homosexual characters in Star Trek 30, 40 years ago, but it just wasn't a part of the damn storyline. It was just, okay, that's just a part of their character. So what? Okay, let's get to the story. So the woke agenda is trying to force this shit on you now. Like, oh, I'm, you know, it's just like now a character isn't just a character anymore. It's they're gay first, and then here goes the character biography, and that's the problem with the woke agenda. If that makes any sense.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like imagine somebody walking to you saying, "I'm heterosexual." Okay, here goes my resume. It's like, okay, what the fuck did you just tell me you're heterosexual? Like, okay, so fucking what? You like pussy, all right?
Yo,
All right, yeah, you like
facts,
pussy,
yo,
yeah,
facts.
yeah.
Oh, that's so
But back
true,
in the
man.
day, it was, you know, he's a superhero, but you know how he is with the women. You know, it was like it was your story, it was your character first. Then it's like whatever you do. But now it's too much, man. Yeah.
You know what's a perfect example of just focusing on a villain and a hero? The Dark Knight. That's one of the best movies where it's just about the hero, the villain, anarchy, chaos.
Yo, honestly, the Dark Knight was the Joker's film, man. I'm sorry.
No, but what I mean is the focus. Notice the focus of superhero movies, right?
Mhm.
Simple as that. Simple as that. And that was a masterpiece. Heath Ledger won an Oscar for that, you know?
What movie was this?
Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight.
Oh, The Dark Knight, definitely one of the greatest Batman iterations ever.
Now, what are your thoughts on the new Batman film?
I haven't seen it.
I heard it was garbage.
I heard the opposite. I've seen some clips, but so far they give it a 9 out of 10. People were giving it a 9 out of 10.
Yeah,
I don't,
mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I heard bad reviews about it, but I would have to wait till it hits like Blockbuster or something. Not Blockbuster.
It's already on HBO Max.
Marcus,
Good.
Marcus? Let me ask you a question. You seem to be a DC fan as well.
Mhm,
Are you a
that's
DC
fair.
fan too, Rush?
Oh yes, DC and Marvel. Like I'm pretty knowledgeable about both.
All right, Marcus. Let me ask you. What is your favorite iteration of Batman?
Ooh, I think one of them is the Thomas Wayne one.
Ooh.
Yo! I spoke about that on the Flashpoint, dog. What?
I think the other Batman is the one where he kind of uses the kryptonite to beat up Superman.
No, okay, my fault. I meant iteration as in movie iteration of Batman.
Oh,
my fault. A bit more descriptive. Sorry.
No, you're good. I understood what you're saying. Now I get it. I don't know. Maybe it's tough, man, because like Michael Keaton paved the way.
Oh, 1988. Was it 88? Yeah.
Yeah, but also, I think for me, I have to stick with Christian Bale. But the thing that I don't like about Christian Bale was his voice.
Yeah. He didn't have a Batman voice.
And I thought he did have a Batman voice.
So check this out. Look, check this out though, real quick, and I'll let you guys spit. But one of the things that I liked about Ben Affleck's Batman is he had a voice changer. Why couldn't you do that for Christian Bale? I'm just saying, keep it simple, right?
Well, but yeah. No, I agree with you. But you know, the film with Ben Affleck was different with the Christian Bale joint because Ben Affleck actually had the suit, like an advanced suit he's rocking in order to fight Superman on a physical tip with that kryptonite joint. So
that suit did not mean anything until he got the kryptonite, though. Let's be honest. That suit didn't do anything except until he got the kryptonite bullets, the mist, the spray, all that.
Now, I got a question for you guys.
Now
this may be not interesting question, but this may be more a intricate question. Okay, I don't want to go down a slippery slope with this one, but okay. What is canon for Batman and canon for Superman? Like, you get what I'm saying? In terms of what is the actual canon? Like, we've already established that in the MCU, that is canon. But which is canon? Which Batman is canon? Which Superman is canon?
You mean like as far as pivotal?
No, in terms of this is the real Batman. This is the real story. The other stories are just interpretations from the director.
Okay.
Yeah, which one is the real Batman? Like, we already know which one is. We already know that MCU shit, like that Thanos, there will never be another Thanos interpretation. Like, there is a continuous story.
Well, let me explain this to you, Labuto. Okay, with Thanos, they revamped his storyline with the MCU.
Right.
Thanos is a simp. He's a simp over the goddess of death.
Right.
You know what I mean? So his whole agenda, the whole premise of fucking Thanos was to impress the goddess of death. That's why he went around just bodying mad niggas and when he was bodying mad niggas physically, he realized that he needed to get the all 6 Infinity Stones with the Infinity Gauntlet.
Right.
But he did all of that for the
just
sake
to please her.
Just to please the gods of death. That's on some simp type shit. Matter of fact, I love the way MCU changed it, nigga. It made him more of a thoroughbred.
Right. So they made the Thanos in the MCU, like everything in there is canon. Like, that's a continuous story. But in terms of like Batman and Superman, it's like the reason why I don't really get into those storylines is because I'm just trying to figure out which is canon, like which Superman is the canon story.
That's easy. Henry Cavill has honestly, modern day, has shown that he can and will be the Superman. However, what really stained the legacy of the Justice League was in 2017 when the original movie came out, and then in 2021 when they kept asking for the Zack Snyder cut. Zack Snyder had to leave that movie, and Joss Whedon was the one that came in and gave us that debauchery that was that Justice League movie in 2017. So Zack Snyder's cut came back in because Zack had to leave because a family member had passed away. So, Zack Snyder, he has a Watchmen, 300, even other movies I can't remember at the time. But, Zack Snyder's filmography is credited Zombieland. So when he came back, we got to see a dose of what was supposed to be actual, like, you got to see a little bit of Green Lantern. You got to see Martian Manhunter. You got to see Darkseid a little bit. So I wanted the Darkseid to happen.
I feel like their Darkseid, it's not. Don't get me wrong, Darkseid is an ill character, but I feel like the people that's working on like trying to conjure up a good Darkseid for the DC universe is not doing a good job. I feel like these people aren't even real fans of the DC comics, man, because they're not. See, when I look at Marvel and I see Thanos, I'm like, yo, damn, that is a Thanos. But when they did it, with the whole thing with Steppenwolf and Darkseid, I'm like, yo, that I don't get a feel for that because I don't feel like that's a Steppenwolf or a Darkseid. I mean, but the film was decent. I mean, with the whole Justice League, Steppenwolf was alright, but I didn't get to feel like, yo, this is a true like a true Steppenwolf. I mean,
well, the difference is that, like, in the first Avengers movie, right?
Yeah.
You knew Loki because Loki, you saw him in the first Thor movie. So you got to see a little bit of the audience got to grow a little bit closer.
And let me get my bad, Marcus. Let me just say this: what you're about to explain is the introduction of each Marvel character that end up getting the spotlight. Like, because when you watch the first Avengers, right, you already had an idea who Loki was because you watched Thor. I mean. If that make any sense.
Facts.
But
no, I get you. My bad. I was just drinking some water.
Yeah, I look at it like this when I watch like the Batmans and Supermans. I look at it like this, right? Not imagine, but it's like when a director is a part of an orchestra and they are doing an interpretation of a very ancient play, well, not play, but ancient I can't even think of the word, but like if they're doing Mozart, right? This is what the director believes all of this sounded like, right? He believes this is what Mozart was. He believes like this is what Mozart did, or And so I look at it like with Superman and Batman, like the Batman with Michael Keaton was directed by, I forgot, but was his interpretation better than the current Batman and the director now? So which one is more close to source material? So that's how I look at a lot of like canon and film. Like, for example, like they say that Joker, though the new one that came out, which I thought was a masterpiece, they're saying that this Joker is not even a part of the DC universe at all. When
they changed up his whole storyline, but go ahead.
Yeah, but when I look at this Joker, I feel as though that this Joker is more close to source material than any other Joker. So could this film, so the director and writers, when they're orchestrating this movie, and to me, I think their interpretation is probably the best interpretation of the Joker. But that's just my opinion. But I don't know. See, the thing about these movies is that, and I'm glad Marvel is more continuous, and they continue to the story. They don't, they don't come back with different stories within the same story. It's like, okay, this is a continuous story. The thing about Star Wars and Star Trek is it's always continuous. Whereas like there'd never be like a Luke Skywalker movie and like things are drastically changed and it's a different. No, it won't, because those things didn't happen. They have to follow whatever happened from the first movie. So the thing about the Batmans and Supermans, which I always wondered, was, damn, is Henry Cavill Superman the real Superman, or is it just directors of plays and they're just interpreting source material? So I don't know. I just always have looked at it like that, but never mind. Go ahead.
Well, but I mean, the greatest example just to make sure you can maybe people can understand it, like Man of Steel was actually a hit. That was a hit movie.
It was a hit. Yep.
Because the way they were fighting, it's kind of like you could imagine Dragon Ball Z characters fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me interject real quick. I would feel that the Man of Steel. What's his name? The actor that plays Superman.
Henry
I forgot
Cavill.
his name.
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, Henry Cavill. I would say that Henry Cavill is the best interpretation of Superman.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Okay.
It's the best one. He fits the physical criteria, even the personality. Like I can picture him being at Smallville, being a farm boy for
Being
a while.
Clark Kent.
Yeah, being Clark Kent, and then when he makes that transition to become a reporter, a full blown reporter at the Daily Planet in Mount Metropolis, like I could picture this nigga being that. I mean,
And if you
so,
remember,
yeah.
and if you remember, he came out in Immortals before Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been around. It's just that Man of Steel actually gave him his notoriety. Man of Steel was pretty good. Like the you know, they had the three what's his name?
Zod.
Zod, yeah, the dude Zod and his two other goons or whatever. How they was banished from Krypton because they was just I forgot what crime they committed, but they cast them niggas into the Phantom Zone, know what I mean? And all of a sudden they broke out of the Phantom Zone and end up on Earth. Like that is the best interpretation of Superman. That shit is official. So yeah, that'll be the best one.
Now here's the thing, right? Because I agree with Ivan in the chat because this new modern Batman. Hold on, let me go this shit down. This new modern Batman is more like the detective side of Batman, and we never got a chance to really see that. Like we never really got a chance to see in a film, in a feature film, where you got to see the dark noir, you know, NOIR, the noir, and the Arkham City style. Like this had Arkham City, Arkham Asylum vibes to it. So that's why this new Batman is a hit.
I have to see the film. I have to see the film so I can put in a decent
perspective,
perspective to it, because I haven't seen the film yet. You know, I mean, for all I know, I might look at it like, yo, this is the best Batman they have. You know, or this is the best.
Some people are saying that.
But from seeing the clips of the previews of the film, like I didn't like it because like the way he was like punching this dude, like it looked like he didn't really know how to fight.
Oh, you talking about you talking about in the alley when they meet up and he says, "I'm vengeance."
Yeah, I didn't like that because you know Bruce Wayne, yo, he's a martial artist. Like the dude end up being like he ended up training with some ill martial artist cat for years. He came back, you know what I mean, and decided to become decided to become Batman. He got a lot of extensive martial art training. You know what I mean? So when I seen Homeboy doing that, like fighting like he ain't got no sense, I'm like, nah, son, this ain't gonna be accurate. But I have to see the film. I have to see the film before I make this judgment. I mean,
it's 3 hours long, so you're gonna have to sit tight a little bit.
3 hours, man, I can't watch that. I could do that with a Marvel movie, but I can't do that with.
But if you want, you can do it like watch half if you want, and then pause and then watch the second half.
Okay. Oh, damn, that shit is long.
I mean, you said you can only watch Marvel movies. Like I couldn't. Like when I watched the Celestials, I thought it was good, but I didn't think it was great.
That shit was Celestials was garbage, man. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I get you. Like I thought it was decent, but I didn't think it was horrible or good or great either. But in the middle,
I didn't. It didn't.
Just say it with your chest, bro. Say it with your chest.
Shit was trash, man. That is the most wackest. Other than Captain Marvel, that is the most wackest
Captain
movie
Marvel
came out with, man. I would rather watch Captain Marvel than watch Eternals, bro. That shit was garbage.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, hey man, but I'm waiting for Fantastic Four to come too.
Yo, you know what? Yo, me too. Me too, man. And I hope they do a good job, you know? I hope they do a good job with it.
John Krasinski's playing Mr. Fantastic. So
Okay. That's pretty good casting so far. Okay.
now they want his wife to play Invisible Woman or the chick from Jurassic World, Bryce Dallas Howard. They want her to either play Invisible Woman or his wife Emily Blunt.
Okay. She would be a decent Susan Storm.
Who would be a good Johnny Storm? Because I think Zac Efron would be a good Johnny
Man,
Storm.
I don't know, man. Yo, honestly, the best Johnny.
Because he's got a cocky like jock, douchebag type attitude.
Honestly, nobody could do a better job than the guy that played Captain America. Because originally
Chris
he
Evans?
he was the Human Torch, Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch. I think he was the best one. I don't think nobody could do that role better than him. But I mean, we would have to see. I would have to see the film. You know what I mean?
What about the
What-
guy
what-
from the Golden Circle or the King's Circle, whatever? What's that called? The guy who played Rocket Man, who played Elton John.
Okay, I can see that.
Taron Egerton. There you go.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, that would be a decent casting crew.
Now, who would play the Thing?
Man, I don't know. Who could play the Thing?
Don't say The Rock.
Nah, hell no.
He's playing Black Adam.
Yeah, man. Yo, I think he's a perfect Black Adam, bruh.
But they only took like an extra 9 years to come up with the movie.
I know that's it. This film is way long overdue, bruh. Like,
instead of him filming Hercules, he should have been coming out with Black Adam back then.
yeah, I think yeah, should have, but they didn't. But I don't know. Maybe this is a good time for them to come out with, because DC needs something to save them, man. Because a lot of shit they've been putting out hasn't been that great.
I mean, Peacemaker and Suicide Squad, the other sequel to Suicide Squad, they were good.
The sequel to Suicide Squad was good.
Hell yeah, with James Gunn directing it. Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Well, I got HBO Max, so that's why I was able to catch up on that stuff.
See, I don't got that. I just got whatchamacallit, Prime. That's it.
Oh, you ain't got Netflix or nothing?
I got rid of all my cable, bro. They started taxing me, man. I'm like, yo, I need to be putting this money in the bank, bro.
Are you talking about like the cable provider? They started doing that?
Yeah. I got rid of my cable, bro.
What, but is that including your internet? Because you can still pay for your streaming services through your internet.
Yeah, I mean, I still got internet though. I'm online now,
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying whatever you could afford is cool, I'm just saying, like, because
this shit's starting to be expensive. I'd rather put the money in the bank, bro. I ain't
put
spending
that money in my car. Let's go to the bank.
Put it in the car. The great departure.
Hey, like I said, we're gonna go to Gina's.
Park the car.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to the park.
That's part of a runway.
Man.
You like that school teacher sucking on your knob? When he says that in The Departed to that Matt Damon. You like that doctor right there, therapist, touching on your knob?
Yeah, you know what, Rich Mo? I might do that, man. I might get a Fire Stick, man. I say that's long overdue, man. I should have been did that.
That's a money saver, right?
Yep.
Or you forgot to say you're.
I'm
not gonna lie. When people say that, I thought it was that song they were thinking about. Everybody in the club getting tips.
Yo, whatever happened to that dude, man? That guy just like fill out the bread, man.
I was listening to like the old school like throwback like hip hop and R&B and stuff, and I was like anything from like Joe Budden. I know a lot of people think he's whack. I think my issue with Joe Budden, yo, he's just disloyal, man. He's disloyal and he's weird. Let me just say it.
Why do you say he's disloyal?
Because he kicked out dudes that started the company with him, Rory and Maul. That's just loyal as shit.
Well, as far as his the podcaster.
Yeah, like, that's disloyalty. It's like me and you saying we built it from the ground up. We start together in the beginning, and then I cut you loose just because either of
Well,
I don't know,
I
disagreeing
don't,
or
I
whatever
don't,
petty
I
shit.
don't. They there was some discrepancies between them as far as them actually showing up to work. Um, that was one of the reasons why he cut him out, and that's like business, man. Like
Is
if
that
you're
proof though? Is there proof in that?
there's not proof into it, but I can understand why he would make a move like that. But I mean, I feel you. You're looking at a perspective like, hey, man, you guys came up together. Show some leniency and love and work the shit out. I agree with you
Yeah,
on that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I get it. Like if you keep messing up, then it's different, right?
Hmm.
And it costing the business money. I understand that's business, but to do it how way he did it and made it sound, and then they started bringing out receipts, about how he was capping and full of it, and
Right. What
other people
I
that were
don't know
former
because
employees
I
too.
haven't seen any receipts, but from what I've been hearing, I've heard them niggas was not showing up to work, man. Not showing up to work and asking for more money. And that was
That's
probably
true.
one of the main reasons why Joe Buttons cut him loose. But I, if that's not true, then yeah, it's not cool to screw your peoples over. But if it's true, I understand why
Yeah,
he would make a move like that. You're costing money. Yeah, you started up the thing with me, but now you're costing money. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. But
that's why you don't mix friendships with business.
I disagree, man. Like the people you're supposed to do business is should with people that you're cool with, man. You know, they
I just
have
don't
to
like
be.
mixing personal with professional. That's just my motto.
Yeah, I mean, if that's like I don't want to. Damn. Oh, let me just say it like this: like when you're doing business, especially when you're dealing with real money, you should want to you should want to do business with somebody you actually trust. Well, not trust, but understand that they're gonna do their part to, maintain or help build the business. You should not want to do. You should not want to get in business with your cousin or brother. Like those are the people you're supposed to do that shit with.
Nice.
So I just researched this. My fault, guys.
You good? You good?
So according to a lot of DC heads, the Dark Knight movies are a part of comic book canon. So this must be the real Batman. The other stories are just stories, interpretations. So what do you guys think about that?
Um. Hmm.
It's interesting.
No, they're actually right because the film it is true because what when you watch Dark Knight, you don't get your typical Gotham City, your typical villain. Like Dark Knight was pretty I don't want to use the word abstract, but it was still dark, but it had its own it had its own style to it. Like you can tell
It
it
was more
wasn't.
realistic.
Yeah, yeah, it was more of a realistic type thing. You can tell that it was its own interpretation of from the comics. So yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Come on up, man, Drell. Shout out to you.
Yeah, man, came up, man. We could politic about this. You know, feel free. The StreamYard link is down there, and you can cam up.
Yeah,
But
but as far as the Joker movie, like it is true, the Joker it has no correlation with the DC universe and movies. It has no correlation with it.
yeah,
Yeah.
because from what I've heard, and like it was just It wasn't my Joker, man. You know,
Although the movie was a masterpiece. I mean,
it might have been good
oh,
to you,
it was
but
a
it is not Joker. You
So
know,
which one is the real Joker then? Which one is is it Michael? Is it Michael Keaton's Joker?
Talking about Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson, yeah.
Jack Nicholson is the perfect interpretation of the Joker.
Wait a minute. You got to give Heath Ledger his flowers because out of all the agents of chaos and anarchy, he created the best from that type. Now, you also got to give flowers to Mark Hamill for the animation voice of the Joker.
Yeah, but you know the GOAT would be Jack Nicholson. Like nobody did. I don't want to say that, but he did a great job of playing the Joker, man. Straight up. But you know, the Heath Ledger, yeah, he did a great job. He did a phenomenal job actually. But you know, like I'm just gonna go with Jack Nicholson's, man.
Mandrell's in the back.
I'm gonna let him up. Mandrell, can I ask you a question? Salute to you, sir.
Salute to you. Awesome. Also,
which
morning, Mandrell.
Which Joker do you think is the canon or the real Joker?
The closest interpretation to the canonical Joker would be Jack Nicholson.
However, salute to Mandrell, man. Salute. Yeah. I like this guy already.
The closest interpretation to the canonical Joker is now Mark Hamill in the Batman animated series. That was the comic book Joker. He was crazy, unhinged, unpredictable, complete. And that's the Joker's whole thing. But even Batman, you never know what the Joker's gonna do. You never do. Everything he does is for a purpose, and there's a move behind the move behind the move behind the move. That's why if you notice, even in comic books and on these animated TV shows, other supervillains, they never want to team up with him. They never do business with him. They want nothing, even though Lex Luthor, the worst of the worst, they want nothing to do with the Joker at all costs. They're like, if he pops up, they let him join in on the fun because they're afraid of what he's going to do if they turn him down. Like everyone is afraid of the Joker. The only person who was arrogant enough to think that he was enough for the Joker was Superman, and he learned a very hard lesson too. The Joker spanked him. I mean that he's like the ultimate supervillain. The Joker is. And in my opinion, he's one of the few actual super villains.
Now, canonically speaking, who is the best interpretation or canon Superman?
The best canonical Superman.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a very good one. The way he looks wise, Henry Cavill.
Yeah, we just said that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, as far as here's the problem with Superman. They need to hire who's ever writing these Hulk stories because no one knows what to do with Superman. Like they'll put him in a movie or put him in a comic book. Oh, Hulk! I mean, in a fight. Are you meaning in a fight, Marcus?
No, I mean, you said to whoever's directing Hulk.
Yeah.
Thor?
No, who's ever writing these Hulk stories for Hulk? DC needs to snatch them up and have them write Superman stories. But to answer the question, I guess I'll go with Henry Cavill because he's kind of that.
That's dude. Right, Mandrell. That's right.
And a close second, very close second, would be Christopher Reeves.
Yes. Oh
yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, hands down. Yeah, no doubt.
Because he was the definition of Superman before Henry Cavill came in. Like he was
the dude from Smallville didn't even count.
No.
Whoa! Hold on! Wait a minute! Whoa! Tom Welling.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Yes, no. Tom
Welling was a good young Clark Kent.
He was a great Clark Kent for Smallville. Yes.
But not so much Superman.
Nah, he's not a Superman. No, but he did a great job as Clark Kent, as Smallville, growing up in Smallville. Yeah.
Yeah, my Superman, you know, if I was to say who is my Superman, it would be Christopher Reeves, though.
Yeah,
That's
he
the
looks.
guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the guy I grew up with.
yeah.
Whenever I thought Superman, I thought Christopher Reeves.
That
And I
is.
Who's the
still
other
do.
guy? Who's the other guy that had the comb over with the fuzzy loop? That played him after Christopher Reeves, before Tom Welling.
You're talking about Dean. What's his name?
There you go.
Dean Cain.
Dean Cain.
Dean Cain.
Kane, yeah.
Yeah, he was horrible.
Yeah,
Get
I
the
don't think
fuck
he was
out
a
of here.
Superman. Yeah.
Didn't they do like Superman and
That dude's
Lois or something like
Basuda,
that?
bro.
That's Dean Cain, Superman
Yeah.
and Lois.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because right now they have a modern one with the guy from Teen Wolf, Tyler Hoechlin, and he's doing a Superman and Lois or something like that.
I've seen the first season for it. It wasn't that bad. Actually, the storyline was pretty good. It was pretty interesting.
Okay.
The dude from Teen Wolf, he did a decent job. Like he
Yeah.
made it believable that he's a Superman. It was alright. I mean, it was alright.
It caught me off left side
Like
because
it's good enough for me to watch the whole entire season.
okay.
I mean,
Do you know who they? What's this guy's name again? I gotta look this dude's name up again. Oh, Nicolas Cage was supposed to.
No. I
Yeah.
remember that because Tim Burton was going to make a movie with him, and he
It
had like
looked-
the whole video and the suit on and everything. No.
It looked horrible. I'm gonna show it to you. Could you imagine if this man would have been Dean Superman?
Oh my
hell
god.
no, that is not a Superman.
No, he's not.
What is that? It looks like a California surfer.
Oh my god.
That is a absolute horrible interpretation just off of his physicality. It's hell no.
The hair.
You know, this guy's garbage. Like the guy that created the Avatar: Last Airbender. I feel like those people they're not even real fans of the film. I mean, of the show. That's
Yeah.
why their interpretation was real bad.
Yeah, like Avatar: The Last Airbender, the live action movie was an abysmal abomination, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't
You
even
know,
bother
horrible.
watching it.
Yeah, good job, Marcus. Good job. Good job, brother. You saved yourself a lot of
I
time.
heard
and
everybody said
aggravation.
that's like one of the worst child even adventure movies of all time.
Now, if you ever watched the actual show, the animated show.
Oh, the show's good. I used to watch it
Yeah.
when I was like 12, 13 years ago.
Yeah, even me, it was a fan. Even for me, I remember being in the army, and guys in the army were talking about it. Team guys were talking about Avatar last, and I had never watched it. At that point, I didn't watch Avatar until after I got out the army. You know what I mean?
I know you had to
And
binge
I
watch
watched
that.
it.
Hey, that Fire Nation was the shit.
Yeah, I binge watched that when I first started it. I ended up binge watching that entire show.
Yeah, it's a good show, man. Real good
it
show.
is. That
Did-
was
did-
very
did
well
you-
written.
Did you keep up with the Legends of Korra?
I did.
Now, my favorite season of that would be, I think season either 2 or 3. I think it's 3, where she has to deal with the guy that was locked up for several years.
Yeah, and then because of the harmonic convergence, she brought
Oh,
back the Airbenders.
yo, man, man, you need to be camming up, bruh. Next time I
yes.
be going live, you know you said what? Yeah, man, like because he rolled with the Red Lotus,
Yeah,
and
he did.
his thing was right, like he wanted to create chaos. So his thing was he wanted to body all the governments and shit like
Well,
that.
he didn't want to create chaos. What he wanted was ultimate freedom for
Which is
everyone on the planet.
chaos.
Well,
Which
no,
is chaos is the
It's
natural order of things.
Well,
I
the thing
mean,
is, if people, he believed that people should be allowed to govern themselves.
right?
Now, if people actually did govern themselves, there would be no chaos because people would govern themselves, and there would be no stealing and killing and robbing if people were actually doing the right thing by governing themselves. And but the problem is, it goes back to your point. People are not going to do that. Ultimately, people are going to be selfish, and they're going to take the path of least resistance. They're going to take the shortcut. And so that's why governments and law and order is necessary. That's why police departments are necessary. A military is necessary because you're going to get invasions. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're right. You're right. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right.
Mhm.
People are going to wild out.
You know what
But
show doesn't get its flowers? I get pissed off because y'all don't mention it. Marvel's Earth's Mightiest Heroes Avengers for like 2 seasons, and then Ultimate Spider-Man.
and that was pretty good. And the
Yeah,
Ultimate,
it was pretty good.
that was pretty good. I got to agree with you on that. That one, Avengers Assemble. I haven't finished watching that yet. But I got a ton of this stuff. I have that new. I'll say this, fellas: the DC animated films. Who's ever writing those? DC needs to hire them to write the movies.
Right for the movie. That's what I'm saying.
Justice League, War, Apocalypse, all that.
Hey, yo, before I leave, I need your contact, man. Oh, I gotta hit you up, bro. Oh, hell nah. This dude know his shit, man.
So those animated movies, they're the bomb, man. I was
Yo, they are, man. I'm like, damn.
Look, no kidding.
Damn.
Like a week ago, like last Friday or Saturday, I Googled, because I look forward to those animated films. I look forward to them. Like,
yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah.
The new one in the Batman animated series, the one with Catwoman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that one yet, but I plan to catch up on that too.
Yeah.
So did you see the Flashpoint?
Flashpoint Paradox?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
When he went and saved his mom, but screwed up the time stream.
Yeah.
Thomas Wayne was Batman.
Yo, that shit was hot. I spoke about that on my last load 2 live streams ago, man. You should have been up for that shit too, bro. But yeah, man, Thomas Wayne is Batman, and how he was whooping the Flash ass. It was like, yo, how do you even know my son's name?
Fingers, right? Breaking his fingers one by one. He was murdering people, man.
Yo,
he
would have 2 Glocks. He would carry 2 Glocks to get the Thomas Wayne was a good Batman, y'all.
Right. He was murdering people, literally. I'm like, how is that crime in the city? This dude's like killed everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I like the way he tossed that Holly lookalike, man, over the building.
Yeah, just tossed off from a building.
Toss that, like, get the fuck out of here.
Just tossed her off, man. I was like, well, man, so much for Harley.
Yo. Damn, what got you, like, did you grow up reading comic books?
Absolutely. I grew up reading everything, man.
I can tell, man.
Here's the thing. You're talking to a guy who grew up reading an encyclopedia because it was fun.
Right.
Yeah, I used to read an encyclopedia for fun. So anything I could read, like comic books, I read those. Absolutely.
Man, I can tell, man, because you know your stuff, man.
Yeah.
Yo, man, Trev, word out, man. I would have never thought you be the comic book head type. Know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. I remember when Spawn first came out. I was so disappointed I couldn't get a #1 issue.
Man,
I was so disappointed because they made a big hype about Spawn, and Image Comics for some reason.
Well, they got a Spawn where Spawn end up. Okay, there's a comic version with Spawn dealing with Superman, right? And I guess Superman had to deal with a situation with Spawn, and Superman ended up getting imprisoned in some type of dimension through Spawn. I think it was pretty dope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was. I think I remember that one. That's when he got sent to the Phantom Zone.
Mm-hmm.
Spawn sent him to the Phantom Zone.
Yeah.
What y'all know about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, though, the 2003 version?
I don't know.
The Last Ronin? Are you talking about The Last Ronin?
No, I'm talking about the animated series, but the one from 2003, 2004.
Animated series.
No, that part was after my time. My show for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was the original one from the 80s.
Oh, yo, with Shredder and all that, and
the 80s,
dude.
Yeah, the 80s Teenage
Crane, that nigga Crane.
Nah, bro, because this one from 2003, the one, I'm not talking about the movie, I'm talking about the actual animated series.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
That shit was a hit because it had mutants, it had Shredder, it had the Ultrons, it had all that stuff.
Yeah, see,
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. They even had them dealing with
Triceratops.
Yeah, you talking about the planet they had to go to deal with the Triceratops, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty good. It was pretty good. I liked it.
So
It's
Marcus,
different.
They even had the Ninja Turtles in the future in Shell Shock.
so Marcus, I'm
Yo,
not thinking,
that shit was hot.
Marcus,
That shit was hot. I like that one.
Marcus, why do you believe that the 2003 Ninja Turtles is better than the 1980s? I'm curious.
Because it was a bit more grittier, it was a bit more darker, it was a bit more serious. That tone was better.
I like it
When I watch
because
when I watch the 90s or 80s cartoon version, it's just too uppity. I don't like that much joy because in real life, it ain't that joyous. It ain't that rainbow and sunshine. I like that dark nitty gritty stuff, the Norn.
Oh, okay. I'm curious.
I mean, I like them all, to be honest. But my favorite one would be the one that the Ninja Turtles end up in the future. I like that because it expounds on ill technology, different alien races, and etc. I like that.
They even had a version of Shredder in there.
Marcus, hold on, hey fellas. I don't know if you guys know about this one, but yeah, you mentioned it already. The Last Ronin, where all of the Ninja Turtles are dead except one.
Which is Michelangelo.
It's Michelangelo.
Yeah.
He's walking around with all the other weapons from all the other Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
And he's just wreaking havoc against an army who took.
How did they die again? Because I remember the first one that died was Donatello, right?
They got jacked up.
Yeah, they got killed.
Yeah,
by who though?
This
I forgot his name, but he's like a newer version of Shredder, but it's not Shredder. But he ended up killing them. Know what I mean? And since Michelangelo survived, he's always been sending his goons to try to body Michelangelo. But for some reason, Michelangelo survives. He keeps thriving, and his main goal
is that the funny guy of the crew, the comedian, the jokester, would be the one to be the last Ronin.
Yeah, right.
I know, right? I would think it would be Raphael, right?
I would have thought it'd be Leonardo or Raphael. Yeah, maybe even Donatello was smart.
Well, the reason why I wouldn't think it would be Raphael is because Raphael is too much of a hothead.
Yes, correct.
He's more of the bulldoze type. He runs head first into danger without really analyzing the situation and thinking it through. But I would have thought it would have been more so maybe Donatello. Leo had to go because he was the leader. He has to go. So Raphael definitely because
Donatello because he has the brains.
Yeah, I think Donatello. I would have thought Donatello would have been the one to survive. But
I would have thought at least two of them would have survived. I didn't know that three of them died because I kept hearing that this guy passed away, Leonardo passed away, then Donatello passed away. I didn't believe it. I was like, what?
Excuse me, guys.
Not a problem. How you feeling, by the way, Chaotic?
I'm getting over it. Yeah, I got enough juice to do a live stream tonight, but I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for asking.
You going live tonight, Labuto?
Yeah. I'm gonna go live.
AKA Chaotic Truth.
Yeah, somebody pouring by me last night. Yeah, you know what's so crazy?
Somebody hit you with the prawn?
A porn bomb, yeah, and it was disgusting too. It was absolutely disgusting.
Don't tell me it was a fat chick.
No, it was bestiality, and whoever did this, like this type of trolling, should be met. This type of trolling should be met with a nice, good old fashioned 1990s beatdown. But nevertheless, though,
I'm sorry for laughing, man.
No, you're fine. It's fine. Now, I gotta admit this though, Marcus. You probably are right. Maybe it's more nostalgia in terms of the 1980s, the Ninja Turtles, because
I don't want to see Ninja Turtles smiling.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. It's slapstick. It's goofy.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. I personally like the 80s Ninja Turtles because they all had a great personality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, like even though it like
we're talking about the cartoon. We're not talking about the live action, are we?
No, we're talking about cartoon. I mean, I like him. I like him like happy and jolly and shit like that. And I like each character. I like Raphael. He has a sense of humor, even though he's mad all the time. I like Leonardo, which is the leader, but he has a sarcastic humor too. They all do, man, and it's just like
which is why the 2003 version is perfect because it actually shows them having different personalities, a little bit darker, some serious, some funny, but in a better way, better animation. That's my opinion.
I mean, I personally I like them all, but my favorite joint is when they went to the future joint. That's the one I like, But it's all good
Krang,
to me.
By the way, Krang is a
It's
brain.
Yeah, it's the brain.
The brain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. Yeah.
Yeah,
Come from
he was
the
sitting,
Utrons.
in the stomach of that robot that he used to
Yeah.
control.
And the Utron, they're called the Utrons.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Labuto, did you
Yo.
actually get a chance to watch that video I sent you a while back?
Which video was that, sir?
There is an interview with Hicks and Gracie.
Oh, I got the interview. I did not watch it yet, and I will watch. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. It's just I thought you find that interesting. On they asked him, the first question was like how you felt about the new stuff in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and then he gave his opinion on that and MMA and stuff like that. Like I thought it was real interesting how his opinion on MMA today, and he actually explained why he thinks the way he does about it. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah. George St. Pierre is the GOAT.
I will get it. I will definitely watch it.
I thought it's something I thought you'd be really interested in. I found it interesting. I was like, okay. Now you say George St. Pierre is the GOAT. No, actually, that's Hicks and Gracie. Hicks and Gracie is the GOAT.
I respectfully disagree.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Why do you say that, Marcus? Go ahead, sir.
So for me, right, I grew up kickboxing and karate, and I did wrestling, so Greco-Roman wrestling. So, and I was a young kid. What did we have that was an Ultimate Fighting Championship? We had the Karate Kid. We had Bruce Lee. We had all these guys, martial artists, Jean-Claude Van Damme. And then finally, a guy who came into real life for me, and the way he carried himself, he composed himself, not just in the ring but outside, was George St. Pierre. Now, even after defeat, he came back and beat those guys in incredible, strong, dominating, destructive fashion.
Now, I want to point this out about George St. Pierre. His tutelage was under Bruno Fernandez, who was a student under Carlos Gracie Jr. I just want to point that out. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Fair point.
And here's the thing with Hicks and Gracie, okay? Hicks and Gracie, he was Elio Gracie and his older brother Carlos Gracie, which the lineage of my BJJ school falls under the older brother Carlos Gracie.
Yeah.
But Hicks and Gracie is the son of Elio Gracie. Elio and Carlos Gracie took judo and made a completely different style of fighting out of it called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And so they created it, right, Marcus? Now, Hicks and Gracie is the undisputed, irrefutable family champion. This guy is undefeated. He's never lost a sanctioned fight, right? And he get in a street fight. He get in the street fights against, and he was one of those people who lived that samurai code where he's ready to go at any given time, at any given place, whether it be against capoeira, karate, boxing, whatever. Didn't matter. He was ready to fight, and people would challenge him. There's a guy who flew over from Japan to Brazil to fight him. You know what I'm saying? And the guy just showed up on a surprise, and they called Hickson up. Hey man, this guy, hey, such and such, he's here. He's at your gym. He wants to have the fight. Hickson got in his car. He was taping his wrist on his way there in the car. You know what I'm saying? And the guy came.
Yeah.
I mean, like Hickson. The thing is, I think Hickson was before your time, Marcus, and I think that's why. Like the people you grew up watching, what were the George St. Pierres and people like that?
Yeah, well, because I grew up watching. I grew up
and stuff. Yeah.
Well, even before Chuck Liddell, there was Ronnie Cole, Rich Coleman, and then you had the guy before Matt Hughes won. I think it was Carlos something. I can't remember. He had dreads. He was like a light-skinned black guy, pretty built. He was a champion before Matt Hughes. I remember even back in the day when Nick Diaz, before he was the big name, he was just a general average UFC fighter, right? So the Diaz brothers obviously were trained by the Gracie brothers too, right? Last I checked, and last I remember, they were trained by them.
I'm not sure, maybe, but if you're trained by Gracie, you're gonna come out with some mad skills.
Yeah, you're legit.
Yeah.
You're gonna come out with some mad skills and the thing is, the reason why there's two branches of it is because Elio Gracie, his lineage is, to my understanding, they fall more for they steer more so on the side of the fundamentals, like what
Yeah.
jiu-jitsu is. The new stuff, the innovations, that comes from the Carlos Gracie side. You know what I mean? That's the side that's
Which Gracie brother was the one that was in the Incredible Hulk with Edward Norton? Which Gracie was
Hickson.
that?
That's Hickson.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, making sure.
The irrefutable, undisputed family champion. Like, if they really wanted to win a fight for the family, Hickson, come on, you're up. And quite a fact, he was the one who's supposed, because the Gracie family is the one who started the Ultimate Family Fighting Championship, which turned into UFC. That was theirs. They started it, and they did it to show the world, to introduce the world to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And Hickson was supposed to be the guy, the chosen one for the family to go in and fight, but then they were like, no, Hickson, you got too much muscle and whatnot, man. I mean, let's go with Hoist, because Hoist is a skinny guy. You know, he looks unassuming and
more leaner.
Yeah, he's more leaner, but and he also looks unassuming. Like, you would not think that guy could fight. You know, he
looks like my uncle.
Right, he gets to the ring, Marcus, and seriously, out of 5 tournaments, he had like 4 consecutive wins and 1 draw. You know what I mean? So it's
no, because like
skinny guy. Yeah. He's up against Dan Severn and all these other big guys. There was no weight limit.
Dan Severn was a monster.
Yes, he beat Dan Severn. He tapped him out. He tapped out Ken Shamrock twice.
I never liked Ken Shamrock.
I did at one point.
I like his brother better.
Oh, you did? His younger brother?
Yeah, Frank.
Yeah, Frank Shamrock. But yeah, he the guy, he's fought these heavyweights and people like amazed at him. They're like,
well, wow, that fucking muscle. That muscle's holding them down.
No, it's not so much the muscle holds them down. Here's what happens with muscle. Okay, people don't know how to manage it, and what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu does, it forces you to learn how to manage your stamina.
Endurance and stamina, cardio.
Yeah, it forces you to learn how to manage it, man. Because me, a person with a lot of muscle on his body, when I first started, I ran into stamina issues. You know what I mean? Because
you know, when you're a diesel like that, your muscles takes up all the oxygen within your body, so you're not going to be as you're not going to have that much
agile.
Right, yeah. and your agility goes and stuff like that, and your flexibility. So my thing was, I had to learn how to manage my stamina, and because of that, like, I could see my body changing still. You know what I mean? To suit the needs of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
You know what could get you conditioned to be Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and to help you have that endurance while you're wrapping up is sprinting and running.
Sprints will do it.
Especially high elevation when you're in like the mountains and stuff.
Yeah. That'll help you. Because when you sprint and jog, right? You do the first 40 seconds sprinting, then the other 40 seconds of jogging. If you do that consistently, that gets you conditioned to be able to have endurance when you're wrapping up with somebody. Because when you're wrapping up with somebody and you're doing the tug and war, you're trying to have a good grip to, choke them out or do an armbar or whatever, that takes up a lot of energy. You're constantly going up and down, up and down, up and down with your breathing. So that's why, when you sprint and run, that'll help you be conditioned to deal with that when you wrap up with somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you can't carry a lot of body fat either. That's not going to help you.
Well, no, it's going to slow you down all the time.
Yeah. Because you got some guys in the class in the school I go to. I went this morning at 5:30 a.m. right, and he was I had to tell him, I said, at the evening classes, they have evening classes too at 6:30 on Tuesday and Thursdays, but I told the instructor my instructor this morning, I said, I got people in the evening classes that don't want to roll. They flat out tell me no when I ask to roll with them.
Why is that?
Really? He's like, why? They're like, nah, man, it's too hard. I said, what do you mean? You're too strong. All right, well, shouldn't you roll with me so you can learn how to deal with it? No, that's right, man. I mean, I'm not learning anything when I roll with you. I just get smashed.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's like I'm not learning anything when I'm running
Either
from you.
either my arms are too big or I'm just not comprehending it. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. I'm because and now granted, if you're not a heavyweight, I do have a big advantage.
Well,
Because
how much you weigh right now? Like 225, 230?
yeah, exactly. And I'm getting down to 190.
Yeah, because you
That's
told
my
me you were like 245 like a couple weeks ago.
yeah, exactly, exactly, Marcus.
Oh,
And
you're probably
so
getting more. You're getting ripped now to 190.
yeah,
Oh, you're
exactly.
shredded
And the
now,
thing is,
man.
even with my size, I'm actually stronger than I look. Even when you
Yeah.
look at me, I'm stronger than I look. So I get on the mat, and the heavyweights they'll roll with me, but even them, they kind of like, oh god, all right, let's go. Like they're reluctant to do it because they can't get away with the things they usually get away with. And
Yeah,
so
yeah,
there's
because
one
you're
guy
gonna
who
increase
played.
your stamina.
There are two people there who played college football. One guy played for Auburn. Other guy played for Alabama. The guy who played for Alabama, this dude is like 6'5", 300 and something pounds. Got a big
God damn.
yeah, dude. And I've rolled with this dude, and I was shocked at myself. I was like, okay, I can actually fend this guy off. Like
Or
I
you could
actually
be like that spider monkey on his back all over because you're short.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? I'm way shorter than him, but it's like, but what I was shocked about is that I can actually compete with him in strength. I said, okay, I can actually, go toe to toe with this guy. And until one night, this fucker got on top. I made a mistake. He ended up on top of me. I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
Lord, oh Lord.
like Labuto will tell you, like, I mean, he knows BJJ he does BJJ as well, so he'll know, like, a guy that big. Can you imagine me trying to get him?
escape.
Right, it's not gonna be easy to escape and get him in my full guard. He had me mounted.
This sounds a lot like wrestling where you got to escape to go to the circle, go outside the circle.
Right, but I understand. Yeah, some of the principles are similar, but it is quite different because
Oh, no, I never said it was the same. I'm just saying it's like the same thing when like somebody gets you with a tilt or somebody gets you with like a double leg or like a front head and arm or a fireman's carry. Like, it just sounds like it because it sounds like when you're in trouble, you got to go escape. So that's kind of what they'd say for code word when I would be wrestling. They say Taco Bell, which means go to the border, which means go outside the fucking circle.
Oh, that
Basically
makes
like
sense.
that. Yeah.
well, these escapes are rather different because you actually do use techniques to get out of these situations.
Yeah, that too.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and like if someone has you mounted, there are quite a few ways. There are quite a few ways to escape. But at that time, when I first rolled with him, I was new to the school, and the only thing I knew was to put someone in the full guard, right, and to roll them over. But in order to roll them over, you have to break their posture, get them close to you, then roll over. But this guy's 300 and some odd pounds, dude, and and I'm on my back. So, and I actually pulled it off once. But
Yeah.
But once I do that, and the guy's 300 pounds, once I do that, it's like
You wasted all your strength,
yeah, oh my, yeah, dude,
all your energy, because man, especially because if you're going, especially if it's already rounds, like your timer's up and you have to go to the next round, consistent, keep going over.
Right. I mean,
that's where the conditioning. You see your conditioning where it's at its finest.
Absolutely, it's rough, man. I mean,
like for me, when I was in wrestling, I think once I got to the third period, I realized like I'm a 3-period guy. Like so, like 3 rounds, maybe 4. When it comes to that, then after that, I can't handle.
Now there's a guy like the guy who was there this morning who does instructing in the early morning for the 5:30 a.m. class. He's a little taller than me, and he's 180 pounds, right? This guy can tap me from one end of the mat to the next. He's a brown belt, right?
Right.
And yeah, he's a brown belt though. So you know what I'm saying? Chaotic. That explains it.
Explains it, right?
Yeah, right. So, and I'm just like, oh man, what are you? Like every time I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. There's no way. But he does. He catches me. he catches me, man. I mean, I told him, I said, he said, so, Carlos, you gonna compete one of these days? I said, yeah. I've competed before, and this, that, and the other. He's like, okay, you're gonna compete in some of the upcoming tournaments? I said, yeah. He said, I'd like to see you compete. I said, why do you say that? He said, believe me, I'd love to see it. He says, more so I want to see the look on everyone else's faces when you get on the mat and go to work. You know, I mean, granted, I have competed and I did win, but I chalked it up to the fact that it's a good school. It really is. There's good BJJ down here, if nothing else, because we have a 10th Planet school, an actual Eddie Bravo 10th Planet school.
Hey, Mandrell.
Huh?
Hey, go look into it.
Really?
Isn't that what Eddie Bravo always says?
Right. Go look into it. Yeah.
Go look into it, man.
That's what he does. And that's how he gets you to walk in the door.
Go look into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you think you have a 10th Planet, and what else about the 10th Planet facility?
It's it's either the number 1 or number 2 10th Planet schools in the country.
Yeah.
There's from what everyone at my school says, there's good jujitsu there. Like they do nothing but sing his praises. But so one of these days I'm gonna go out there and it's not in our city. I got to go back to class and actually find out where it is. But one of these days I'm gonna drive out there and check it out.
Did you ever see that Eddie Bravo versus Hoyler Gracie?
Yes, I did, sir.
Oh, man.
Which one? The rematch?
The rematch, yeah.
Eddie had him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Eddie had him. But the time ran out.
Yep.
So let me ask you this: BJJ or judo?
BJJ.
BJJ.
Yeah, BJJ.
Yeah,
all
man.
the way.
I mean, to me, judo is what, just tossing people. What is it? Just
it is a lot of takedowns. Now, judo would be a good complement to BJJ, but BJJ should be your primary. Period.
Yeah, because like anybody that knows Brazilian jiu-jitsu, like the only way to defeat somebody that have the skills of wrapping up like that, you got to knock them out. Because the moment they wrap up with you, you're done. You're not getting out, man. There ain't no wiggle room, especially if somebody knows what they're doing.
Right. Because you understand the principles of, okay, if I'm attacking, I'm supposed to close gaps and leave you no space. There should be no space with us, except for the space I create. And if I'm defending, I create space in between us. Like there's a lot more to BJJ than just wrestling and carrying on, dude. There's way more to it. Now, Marcus, you wrestled, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, you have
almost 5 years.
Yeah, you would have a good foundation. Like the second you get in there and you roll with somebody, you do a live roll with somebody, they're gonna know. They're gonna know that you wrestled. Because they did the same thing with me. They're like, you wrestled before, hadn't you? I'm like, yeah. How do you know? I can tell. You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't. Hey, man, I wasn't. We weren't 3 state champs for no reason.
There you go. The second you get on the mat and you live roll with somebody, Marcus, they're gonna know you wrestled.
Yeah, I get you. No, I'm just asking because like there's a debate like BJJ, and then there's like judo versus wrestling. I remember Khabib Nurmagomedov, Henry Cejudo, Kamaru Usman, Kayla Harrison, all these guys were sitting down and they were all asking, wrestling or judo? And I remember Kamaru and Henry obviously picked judo, but you had Frankie Edgar there. You also had can't remember who else was there, but they were saying half of them said judo, half of them said wrestling. So,
I mean, I guess they're gonna choose whatever fits their fighting style the most,
Yeah.
But to me,
it all has its place. And all of it serves a purpose. Yeah.
Now, as far as striking, martial arts, that kind of stuff, from the MMA aspect of striking, which one is the best fighting style?
boxing.
In MMA?
Absolutely. Boxing all the way, man. Yeah, absolutely. If you know boxing, your stand-up game and MMA, and then certainly if you can, if you have a ground game, particularly with jiu-jitsu, you're a monster. And that's what got, and then, go to the females. Who's the girl that knocked out, oh man, my hair hurts. The one girl
Ronda
Yeah,
Rousey,
who knocked out
talking
Ronda
about-
Rousey? It was
Amanda Nunes, but Amanda
No,
Nunes
no, not
just
Amanda
lost.
Nunes. It was
before her.
before
Oh,
her.
Holly Holm.
Holly
Holly
Holm, yeah,
Holmes,
she had
Holly
a
Holmes was a professional boxer and
yeah.
was whooping on her the whole fight. Then gave her that nice, sweet chin music with the kick.
Yeah, but then Amanda Nunes whooped her butt. Or no, it was Misha Tate. Misha Tate submitted her.
That submitted Holly Holmes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but the thing is, Misha Tate's no slouch.
True, but still, but if you were to compare, but if you were to compare Amanda Nunes, Holly Holm, Ronda Rousey, Misha Tate, Amanda Nunes would have sparked all of them.
But you know, you can also argue the fact that Holly Holmes is 5 years older, and you know,
she's kind of old. Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not using that as an excuse. Well, I am using that as an excuse, but I'm telling you that boxing is a wrap. I mean, what could combat it? What can combat it in a stand-up fight?
Marcus, he has a very, very good point because the science of boxing is called the science of boxing for a reason. Boxing is extremely scientific. It's almost all physics. Almost. Yeah. It's almost all physics, man.
Yeah, because as a good boxer, you also have to know how to counterpunch, and you also have to.
Well, I mean, it's all power. It's all rotating the hips. It's the footwork. It's like, you know, the swing, the momentum, the breathing,
power,
all
it's
that.
also technique.
Yeah, it's a overall like balance of everything.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, if you're throwing a punch correctly, you're actually kicking the ground to build up that momentum, and you're actually kicking the ground to twisting the hips, rolling the shoulders over, you know what I'm saying, and then extending the arm to throw the punch. Yeah, I would agree with Chaotic. An easy second for me would be karate. Because I mean, learning Muay Thai in America, unless someone's gone to Thailand and
that's why you got to go overseas.
You're right. That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I was saying.
Well, back in the day,
go to Thailand to learn it, I mean,
back in the day,
be a watered down version of it.
52 blocks was pretty popular in the urban community, you know, and that stems from karate. So there is some styles of techniques that karate could handle while striking in the ring, but nothing outbeats boxing. You know what I mean?
You know who would be an absolute right, and you know who would be an absolute monster if they learned jujitsu? Clarissa Shields. Like, you know, you guys know who that is?
Yeah, she would be, man.
Yeah. She's a natural athlete.
Yeah,
she should look into that. But you know what? It might not pay wise. It might not even be beneficial for her because a lot of those MMA fighters, they don't really make that much bread like that. I mean,
not like boxing.
But I mean, for the sake of.
But to be fair though, the only people who actually make a lot of money are the middle to top boxers. The other middle to bottom, they don't make that much either.
I disagree because if you're like an up and coming boxer, you could land a one fight for like 10 bands. I mean, but still have a normal 9 to 5 at the same time. So you can make some money off of it.
Yeah, no doubt you can make some money. But what Marcus is talking about, serious money. And then you have to look at the politics of boxing, and there's a lot of politics in boxing. There's a lot of things in boxing.
Promotion, pay-per-view, contracts.
There's a lot of things out of your hands as the fighter. A lot of things out of your hands that go on in the background. And if a promoter doesn't like you, a
couple of my buddies are professional boxers right now.
Right, like look, for instance, look at boxing today. Right, look at Bob Arum. Bob Arum had Terrence Bud Crawford. Pound for pound, best fighter in the world. Pound for pound, right? And I agree. Terrence Crawford has been on my personal pound for pound list for years. Okay, there's no one in boxing that even comes close to his skill. Not even close. So he has Terrence Crawford. He had Lomachenko as Vasil Lomachenko.
That guy's record is ridiculous.
Yes. Now Lomachenko, he lost to Teofimo Lopez. Barely, and he needed to get the rematch. But number one, Bob Arum did not have a rematch clause in his contract, and Bob Arum did not get him the rematch.
Not to mention, Teofimo went up in weight class.
But here's the thing. So why didn't but he still didn't get Lomachenko his title shot so he can get his title back.
No, I agree with you, but you know, his dad. This is why I'm glad he lost to Kambosos, because I couldn't stand his dad.
Yeah, that's true.
But then again, it's his father, right? It's his father, so of course he's going to motivate his son and push him.
Mandra, let me ask you a question real quick.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So about Terrence Crawford, why do you think he's never fought for the WBC?
The WBC belt?
Yeah.
He's just haven't been in the rankings. I think that's boxing politics, to be honest. Because
what weight class is he now? Is he 150s now?
No, he fights at 147.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, I heard he's going up though, so that way they can meet up at 150.
No, that's Errol Spence. Errol Spence is talking about going up after he has his fight with Crawford, and that's the biggest fight in boxing now. Now that the Wilder and Fury saga is over.
Not to mention Canelo just lost.
Yeah, and I'm glad about that too.
I was kind of hoping they would do a third fight between Triple G, so that way Triple G can beat him, because Triple G got robbed that first fight. I don't give a damn what nobody says.
I agree. But why Crawford hasn't fought for the WBC title is because
he did it at light welter. My fault. I totally forgot. He did it at light welter. My fault.
Yeah, he did. He was undisputed then too.
Yeah.
But why he hasn't been able to fight for it? I think boxing politics. You got Bob Arum, who didn't want him to fight for these titles for whatever reason. You know, I think Bob Arum is a piece of shit, and I think he should have been out of boxing a long time ago. Even though Don King is who he is, I'm glad Don King kicked his ass throughout the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Professionally, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, so my question is, what do you think about Eddie Hearn?
What about him?
What are your opinions on him?
Eddie Hearn, you talking about PBC?
Talking about DAZN.
Oh, Eddie Hearn.
Eddie Hearn. What, man? We're talking about boxing. We're not talking about PBC.
Yeah. My bad. He was on my mind for some reason. But anyway, Eddie Hearn. I think Eddie Hearn is okay. There's times where I've seen him be a complete prick, but then there's other times. But at the same time, he takes care of his fighters.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't screw him over like Mayweather did with Logan Paul his fight.
Exactly. I think he that's why I say he's okay. I've seen times where he can be a complete prick, but
you know why I like him? But you know why I like him, Bad Joe? Because he was being a prick to Teofimo Lopez and them.
Yeah, he sure
That's
was.
why I like him. Because don't get me wrong, I like watching Teofimo knock people out, but at the same time, he's just a little too cocky at times.
Absolutely. He took that belt and ran. You know what I mean? He took those titles and ran. That's exactly what he did. And signed that deal with Triller. Not Triller, but Triller. And just didn't give Lomachenko his rematch. And I was like, okay, now you're just being a bitch about it.
Hey, do you think Tommy Fury's gonna fight Jake Paul?
Tommy Fury?
Yeah, Tyson Fury's brother.
I know you're talking about. Why would he fight Jake Paul?
Because Jake Paul keeps talking smack, and then he was talking disrespecting the Fury family.
Oh, okay.
And
then, that'd be suicide.
I hope he does. I hope he does.
I hope Tommy Fury knocks him out.
No, there's no hoping. There's no hope.
Tommy Fury's only 80
I would like to see that one.
Hold on,
if
Tommy Fury loses, it exposes a lot about boxing.
He won't lose.
And that's what people are going to say because he's 8-0 right now. So
if he loses, then yeah, it'll prove your point, of course. But at the same time, like, there's levels. Like Mandrell was saying, and you were saying, Libuto, like, there's levels to it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not see Tommy Fury losing that fight at all.
Better not.
I think that's going to be a complete wash. Because understand, there's a difference between fighting in the ring and fighting outside bare knuckle. That's a whole nother, and that's how he grew up. He and Tyson both. And Jake Paul, I think he's a cocky kid who fights a bunch of nobodies and has-beens. And
he fights a bunch of retired MMA fighters or MMA fighters in the last downward spiral.
Yeah, right. He when you see him in the ring, he fights like an amateur. Like there's no polish to it, Nothing refined.
You remember that
about
first
it.
Tyron Woodley fight, the first one? The way he had him against the canvas, he dropped. He literally was scared.
Nothing refined about his technique. No polish to him. He fights like an amateur, and he's going to get in there against an actual professional boxer and just get washed.
Let's be honest. He fought a YouTuber, a basketball player. Who else was it? A wrestler who never wasn't a striker, Ben Askren, and he fought Tyron Woodley twice. So he's 5-0.
Yeah. Ben Askren also had a hip replacement.
That too, and he literally did not look like he even trained at all.
At all, he looked fat. You know what I mean?
He literally looked like a retired coach that you would see at high school.
Yeah, crazy, man. I mean, and now I guess that his ego's gotten to him, and he thinks it's going to be no different. You're going to be in there against an actual boxer now. That's going to be.
Did you see that him and Dana agreed to a proposal? He would fight once in MMA and one in boxing, but he's preparing to fight in the octagon. He's going to get his butt whooped in the octagon.
Yeah, that's a whole other animal. He better have a ground game.
I'm sorry. Who's about to fight in the octagon? I'm sorry, I wasn't even.
Jake Paul.
Oh, he's gonna get killed.
Yep.
Yeah. He's definitely going to get beat up. Yeah.
I mean, I heard.
I don't know why. I don't know why dudes think they could just hop in the octagon game like you don't need extensive training, man. Like you just can't walk into something like that unprepared, man. I definitely don't think he has enough training to even be at that level to battle somebody in the octagon on a professional level. That's just my thoughts.
I'm gonna do a great comparison right now. Two fighters. Well, one that attempted to fight and lost, and another one became a champion. Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar was accredited, accomplished, medaled, Olympic medalist, but not only that, college, all state, all American, wrestler, dominant. Not to mention he's a genetic freak. Whooped UFC. He went in there, got the heavyweight championship, and won. After he came back from a submission loss to Frank Mir. I believe it was a rear arm or a front arm submission. And then he comes back, ground and pounds, beats Frank Mir, beats Randy Couture, beats a couple other guys. He loses to Cain Velasquez and loses to Alistair Overeem, I believe. Then he gets out of the UFC. Another guy that's supposed to come up that had a big old hype was CM Punk. Lost 2 straight fights in horrible, embarrassing fashion. That's a difference right there. Big difference.
Oh, yeah, there's a difference between someone who's used to fighting that way, someone who knows what they're doing, and someone who doesn't.
Yep. One is entertainment, one is actually, and the other one did actually both entertainment and actual.
Yeah, like you say, he was an Olympic gold medalist. Yeah,
yep, All-American.
Come on, man. Stop playing. You know what I mean? Stop playing.
CM Punk? Really? CM Punk?
I mean, come on, stop playing. The guy was, like you said, he's an Olympic gold medalist, All-American, and he's a genetic freak. Yes, he is all of the above. Stop playing.
Yeah, man, that dude.
Another guy, Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley dominated when he was.
He's a monster, man. Like both his fists is the size of a freaking lunchbox, man. Like that dude's a fucking monster.
Another guy too that people keep forgetting, Dave Bautista. Dave Bautista fought in actual sanctioned octagon MMA fights, and he won. Same with Bobby Lashley.
Yep. Different, like I said, it's a different. And I tell people when people ask me about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I'm like, listen, I'll put it to you this way: if you're out and about on the town and you get into it with someone for whatever reason, if you find out that person knows Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu,
you should walk away.
And you don't, I told people just buy the guy a drink and talk it out.
Yeah, not 100%. Because you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win.
You're not winning. Just buy the guy a drink and talk it out, man. I mean, even if he's a white belt.
Yeah, even if he's a white belt who has a year and a half experience, is a wrap. Even 6 month experience is a wrap.
Yeah. Yeah, even if it's a white belt, just hang it up, man. You have no chance.
I don't think people realize how effective Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
That's a style of fighting that a lot of people sleep on, you know?
Well, the reason why it's so effective.
I'm gonna let Angelo speak right now, but I'm just gonna say real quick, like people are into the flashy, high flying kicks and the knockouts and stuff. So when they look at the ground game, they look at either wrestling, jiu-jitsu, all that stuff. It slows down the tempo of the fight, but they don't understand that the adrenaline is still there for the fighter, right? When that's
Right.
happening.
Yeah.
And the reason why Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is so effective is because it's constantly over the years it has been constantly pressure tested, constantly, and that's why karate, when taught properly, karate actually works. Because the way karate used to be, it was constantly pressure tested, constantly. That's why it was the thing in Japan and in the Ryukyu Kingdom before Ryukyu became Okinawa. But now you get this watered down version of it, and I still say to this day that the Karate Kid was the worst thing that could have ever happened to karate. Because
Oh
it
yeah,
all,
facts,
yeah,
100%.
because it
Yeah.
became all about just learning the form and you throwing a
Yeah.
punch. There's not much sparring anymore.
Well, I mean, karate. I mean, I hate to say it, man, but I took karate when I was a kid, and they would just pretty much give out belts,
there you
and
go.
it's pretty much like papered down. And if anybody tells me to do karate, I mean, I don't laugh in their face, but I kind of like chuckle because
Yeah.
I mean, because like it's safe to say that large numbers of white belts in jiu-jitsu would really mop the floor with a high-ranking, I mean, I could be wrong, but
No, you're
literally
not.
with a high-ranking belt in karate, they have mopped the floor with them because
They wreck them.
yeah, they don't. Yeah, because karate, I mean, I hate to say it, it's really not practical. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't really seem to be practical. And it just seems more like dancing to me. I could be wrong though, but
Well, here's the thing about it. It is practical, but the way it's taught
yeah,
is just as you say. It's more so like a dance nowadays, and it has been for the past 30, 40 years or so, if not longer.
yeah,
It used to be very, very practical, extremely so, much like BJJ is today. However, like I said, when you brought in the Karate Kid, oh shit, it became commercialized, and that was it. That was it. They started handing out belts just
yeah.
so kids can have a feeling of accomplishment. It became about, you build self-confidence. No, how
Yeah.
about you learn to defend yourself, which is what this is designed for. You know what I mean? But nope, they moved away from that, and it became exactly what you described. It became exactly what you just described. Now, what I recommend people do is go there, train, learn the different kicks and the different types of strikes, and work on it on your own. After you learn all that and you've got your technique down with the various strikes, you can leave then. You know what I mean? You can leave and go train that stuff on your own. Go to an MMA gym, learn some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, okay, and Muay Thai, and just mix it in with the striking from your BJ, from your MMA. Mix it in, because like I said, there's a lot of good practical things there, but it's largely a nothing burger these days. Largely, I mean, because I'm with you. When someone tells me I know karate, I
Yeah, you
made.
tend to dig it, yeah.
Yeah,
You're gonna
yeah.
dig it. Yeah.
I'm a little worse than him. I just may laugh in their face. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I just may laugh in their face. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
cool. Oh,
Yeah, I
okay,
mean,
cool. That's good.
karate's not as effective like it was back in the early '80s, man. Like
Yeah,
you said,
like I said,
it.
when Karate Kid came out, that was the end. That
Yeah.
was it.
So, but
Done.
yeah, if
But
if I were to recommend somebody to go to a
Yeah.
gym/school to learn how to defend themselves, I would recommend them to take Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu first, then Muay Thai or some, what I mean, anything that's dealing with a decent style of striking or boxing. But first things first, I would advise somebody to take Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because it is definitely effective. Definitely.
yeah, absolutely. And boxing also. Like I started boxing when I was 12. You know what I mean? Then when I was 14, I started lifting weights.
Yeah,
And
he looked
after
pretty big too.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, after about 8 months of lifting weights, and I was boxing. Oh, dude, I started laying people down. You know
Like
what I'm
I'm
saying?
just glad I was balanced, stocky, and
professional
genetically
fighting
blessed.
or just street fighting?
I've had professional fights when I
Okay.
was in college. I used to fight just to get money to go out on dates and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I mean, you're in college. You're in college.
so you
And
was
my
like a Kimbo Slice, huh?
yeah, but there were actual sanctioned fights though. They weren't
Okay,
backyard
okay,
stuff. You know what I mean?
okay.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but
You're talking about cockfights.
right, there weren't cockfights, nothing like that. But I grew up with parents who they could have given me money while I was in college to just do whatever.
Uh-huh.
Well, my parents were going to do that. They just, they were
You
no.
got to find out a way to get your own money.
Get a job. You know what I mean? It was like, so it was like, I was like, okay, I mean, I guess I'm gonna do this. Hey, this is a quick way to get money. That's why I looked at it. I said, I'm in the gym all the time, working out anyway, and sparring and whatnot. Let me get in the ring. So
I want to point out that, as a side note, Clarissa Shields said that she would beat Jake Paul in a boxing match.
she probably will. I believe it.
Now that I disagree with.
She probably no.
I don't know, man.
Hold on. For me, I'm saying she probably will because I'm hoping that she does. That would be the ultimate.
Right, I'm hoping she would.
Yeah. He needs to be humbled. He needs to be humbled, taken down a peg or two.
But we're talking about a 60-pound weight difference, men and women. Even though he does not know how to box and she does. I mean, a woman's strength is nothing compared to a man's.
It's not. Absolutely right. Absolutely
so he could just
correct.
swing his arms and hit her, and he can knock her out. But
yeah. That's me saying that, but it's more so me hoping she does.
Yeah.
As opposed to actually believing that she can.
But I don't think he would actually, if there were a setup for that, he wouldn't do that.
No.
That would be bad for his career.
No. I don't think Vegas or any other state would even sanction anything like that. I don't think America was. Mandra, you seem to be more of a pugilist than I am, but you don't think any state would even sanction a boxing match between a man and a woman
unless it was fixed.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the only way. Like it's rigged, But that's the only way, man. No way a state, because no sanctioning body wants to be liable for that.
Right.
What if the
only way that happens if they spiked his drink, he finds out his girl cheated on him. She puts on iron gloves. She has like the what are those called? The brass knuckles. Yeah, all this stuff has to come. So his girl got to cheat on him. They got to spike his water, like $1 Million Baby or Undisputed, Undisputed 2. Like they got to do all that stuff, and she got to have brass knuckles, and then she's got to have some steroids in her, and she'll win.
I mean, when you look at Clarissa Shields, she low key looks like she already roiding up, but I mean,
she does look. Yeah, I know what you mean, but
those some rather mannish features on that.
She does, yeah. I'd agree with you on that.
I like Clarissa Shields though, but I mean, come on, I can't help myself.
hey, and she attempted MMA. She won a couple fights.
Yeah, but she just lost one.
Yeah.
She also just lost one, but I don't think there's any sanctioning body that wants to be held. If she gets seriously hurt, people are going to look at the sanctioning, but whoever sanctioned it is
why the promotion, the Nevada State Athletic Commission or California.
No one wants to be responsible for that.
Right.
That is a huge multi-million-dollar lawsuit. That would hurt. That would actually hurt their pocket.
Not to mention it would crush women's dreams.
Of what?
Well, because if a woman loses against a guy, just imagine, like, women are going to start complaining. Feminism is going to start rioting. How dare you sanction this? We had a dude from Special Forces Army who transitioned to become a woman.
Oh.
And the
Don't remind me, man. Don't remind me. That
transformer, respectfully for YouTube friendly, had to just give that woman potential brain damage to the other person that she beat up. the biological woman.
She did. I mean, he destroyed that woman. He destroyed that woman in the cage. Good grief! I mean, yeah. Listen, man, that is not indicative of all of us who have served in the U.S. Army Special Forces. Okay, that's not us. That's just that one. Ugh. I try to be as diplomatic about stuff like that as I can, but the Decepticons are just that, Decepticons, and I'm not a fan. But I believe in freedom, so do whatever you like. Just don't try to force me to accept it or like it, and don't bring it around other people's children. That's all I'm saying. No, you can't have that either.
That's been the best thing you said since I ever got to meet you in these YouTube streets. That's the only logical thing.
No, I mean, you should have heard me last night on Sir Hill's. When I came in, pulled up on Sir Hill's channel.
Oh, I missed it.
You missed that. Yeah, everyone was all. Even Sir Hill said, "I got to admit, for the first time, I agree 100% with Mandrell all night."
Did you guys talk backstage after?
We did.
Oh, who was there?
D Savage didn't stay long. She was tired, but Genesis was back there. Canadian boy, Nigerian, mostly the usual suspects. Except for you. You were missing.
Oh. Well, was Grey Pill there too?
Yeah, he pulled up later. Backstage. He didn't pull up on the panel.
Oh. Yeah. Hey man, I'm really looking forward to you having that having another episode with Chaotic and also another episode with Nathan Daly.
Yeah, I told Nathan Daly yesterday, in fact. I said, Nathan, I got some smoke for you this time. He said, okay, bring it on. Yeah, I'm trying to schedule it. That episode Wednesday, I gotta say,
you did great. Y'all did
great. I don't know how other people. I'm not sure how other people feel, but I thought it went fantastic.
Well, last I checked, most people were giving you flowers, so you're good.
Yeah, that turned out way better than I even thought it did. I thought it was going to be a good episode. I thought it was going to be a good episode, but Chaotic came out and showed out on Wednesday, man. I was like,
it did.
Oh, yeah. Is this that quick knockout when she hits it like 3 times? Yeah.
This is why it's dangerous to not know what you're doing and stepping in the ring.
Right. Watch this, Marcus. Watch this. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop.
Oh. She did head body, head body, head body. Yeah. Head body, head body, head body.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, that was Estrada versus Atkins. Yeah.
When was this?
2 years ago. She hasn't fought in 2 years.
Clearly, I can tell why.
After that, I mean,
do her shorts say "mom"?
Yeah, it says "mom." Yeah.
Oh my Lord!
I mean, after that, I think I rethink life too.
I'm gonna take a page out of Labuto's book and say, "Stay in the kitchen and cook a dish."
There you go. Get your ass in that kitchen. How about you do that?
Get a mop.
I want to argue something here. Not like argue, but like argue a point. Mm-hmm. I could legitimately say Bernard Hopkins is the greatest boxer of all time.
Huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Legit. One of the in top 5 at least.
No.
I don't know. Top 5.
Top 5.
I would say that.
Who's your top 5, man? You seem to be more of a fighting expert than all of us. Well, certainly me. But who's your top 5?
Well, top 5, I could say you can make you got a legit argument there.
Yeah,
you got a legit argument there. Number 1, if we're talking about pound for pound now, number 1,
Sugar Ray Robinson.
Exactly.
Yeah,
no question.
Sugar Ray Robinson. Okay, all right.
I mean, the guy could do everything. Not Sugar Ray Leonard.
He fought Sugar Ray Robinson, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He fought what now?
I think he fought like 150 fights or something, right?
200.
200. Wow.
Yeah. And he absolutely, the guy could do anything. There's nothing he couldn't do in the ring. The guy was
201.
throwing,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah, he was fighting. He was throwing knockout punches while moving backwards. While moving backwards. That's supposed to be impossible. He's killed a man in the ring. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
So Sugar Ray Robinson's number one.
Yeah, Robinson's number one. After him, okay, you have Ali, of course.
Okay.
Gotta have Ali.
Okay.
Foreman, not in my top 5 because that was mostly intimidation. People got in there and just curled up in a ball. You know, they were already beaten before they got in the ring. I'd say Sugar Ray Leonard. This is, the rest are in no particular order. No particular order. Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler. And by the way, out of the 4 kings of the 80s, Marvin Hagler was number 1, hands down. Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard. Let's see. You know, Mike Tyson, of course.
Paper.
That's my Tyson, of course.
You heard I said about him? Paper champion.
Who, Mike Tyson?
Oh, definitely a paper champion.
How dare you, sir?
100%. 100%.
Here's why I put Tyson there, okay? There's no denying the man's skill. It's just my thing is with him, his skill set was so much higher than anyone else in the division at that time. There was just no comparison, none. I mean, he, without a doubt, he had the greatest combination of power and speed of all time, still to this day. No one's come in the ring with that amount of power and speed at the same time. No one has. His head movement, flawless in the beginning. That's before he got arrested for that nonsense with the woman lying on him. Then he goes to jail for 3 years. Because after that, he was never the same. You know what I'm saying? Ever. He got with the wrong crowd, started doing drugs real heavy. Yeah. Had he stayed focused, he would remain undefeated throughout his entire career. Had he stayed focused and not been doing the nonsense.
Yeah.
Now, I say that. Now, I do understand why you would call him a paper champion. That's why you don't hear me giving you pushback, because I understand.
Yeah.
I understand why you would say that. However, we cannot go past the man's talent and skill level.
All right. Well,
he was a top tier fighter.
Yeah.
Like Mayweather, right? Mayweather's a top tier fighter with no one else in his division at that level.
Now
he was Mayweather's the luckiest champion of all time.
I want to give you my top 5, and I also want to actually argue a point, because I think that the last comment you said about Floyd was absolutely appalling, and I want to talk about why Mike Tyson's a paper champion. So let me give you my top 5, man, Drew. Number 1, Floyd Mayweather. Number 1. I think Floyd. I think honestly, there should be no number 2, number 3, number 4 to him. Like, he's on a whole nother stratosphere of boxing, and I think that you're absolutely wrong about that. I think that the welterweight division had immense depth in his prime, and it has depth now. I mean, hell, you even said,
definitely.
I mean, but it definitely had prime back then. And most fighters he fought are Hall of Fame boxers. We can arguably say that many of his boxers his opponents are Hall of Famers right now.
Ken Norton's in the Hall of Fame, brother.
Well, I mean, but Ken Norton was actually
a decent fighter.
I mean, okay, well,
you know what I'm saying? He's a decent fighter.
I've never seen Ken Norton box, but I can only go by history.
And he made it to the Hall of Fame. So
okay, but
Robinson though, if Robinson and Jake LaMotta wanted it, Floyd does not leave the ring alive.
Okay,
against those guys. If you haven't seen them fight, I understand why you say. I do understand why people say Floyd. I do get it, but I've seen too much boxing. Seen too much fighting, and I'm just like, Robinson, no question.
Okay.
That guy's on a whole nother from a whole nother universe when it comes to boxing.
My number 2, Bernard Hopkins.
All right.
Number 3, Tyson Fury. Now, mind you, I will admit the heavyweight division, unfortunately, hasn't had a lot of depth in 30, 40 years.
Agreed.
But Tyson Fury is an absolute monster, and his work ethic is impeccable. His story, his failure and success story makes him a champion outside of the ring as well. And the fact is that the man is absolutely agile. He knows angles for a man of his stature. I mean, 6'9", and he's looking like a welterweight in the corner. Is as to me, it's insane. Now, my number 4 would be Ali. Obviously, Ali will always be in anybody's, I would assume, top 5 list. And my number 5, and I honestly believe this number 5 should, can arguably move up in ranking at any given time, is Roy Jones Jr.
Now, Roy Jones.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what messed Roy Jones up.
Yo, I agree with you on that. Roy Jones.
I'll tell you what messed Roy Jones up. He goes up to the heavyweight division.
Yep, that's what
wins the title,
loses
all that, like 20 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
To go back down and fight
cruiserweight, right?
Light heavy, not light heavyweight. Tarver.
Antonio Tarver,
he lose 20 pounds of muscle to fight Tarver.
Yeah.
And that transition really messed his body up. He was never the same after that. That's what messed him up. He was not himself when he fought Tarver and lost.
Yeah.
He never recovered from that transition. That's what messed Roy Jones up. But your top 5, I do like the list.
Thank you.
I'll say that.
Now
Fury, here's my thing with Fury.
Go ahead.
Right? Fury is a big man with what I would call a true mastery of the science of boxing.
Say that, yeah, absolutely.
I'll say that about Fury. He's not my favorite boxer to watch. He's not my favorite fighter of this era, but I do respect him. And I got you cannot deny the guy's skill. You cannot deny his mastery.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So with Fury, I do understand it, but I do understand it. Well, there's no buts to it. I do get that. That's why you get no pushback from me on anyone on your list.
Thank you.
I do see why you would pick that 5.
Now, before Mandrill, you give your top 5, and I'm assuming Rush is going to give his.
Oh, I've given mine. My number 1.
Yeah, Mandrill. Yeah, I was talking about. I'm sorry, I meant to say Marcus.
Okay.
Mandrill, I got to argue with you about Mike Tyson. Listen, I respect your opinion.
Gotcha.
But I can arguably say that Mike Tyson should be in the 40s and the 50s. Now, here's why. Mike Tyson had the skill set. He sure did. He had
mastery.
He had the mastery.
Yeah.
But Mike Tyson, what he lacked showed in when Buster Douglas, a complete nobody, knocked him out.
He didn't train for the fight.
Well, see, and I know Tysonites such as yourself. You're gonna give every excuse in the book. You're gonna. I'm not. Trust me.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm biased. I am gonna throw excuses out there.
Yeah. I've gotten tapes out of barbershops. I've been threatened with physical harm because I said Tyson is not in anybody. He shouldn't be in anybody's top 25.
I'm not gonna lie.
Tyson lost against a. Could you imagine if Floyd lost against a nobody in the welterweight division?
Well, see, that's the difference between Floyd and Tyson at the time. Tyson at the time was undisciplined. To an extreme. Here's the thing: to an extreme amount, he was undisciplined.
Yeah, but see,
and he learned. He paid the cost for it. Right, he got in the ring and lost to a nobody.
Right. So the reason why I have the list that I have is because boxing, and as you already know, because you are a fighter, you know as well as I do that these lists aren't even really sometimes, well, they are based on record, but these lists are also based on lifestyle. My number two was Bernard Hopkins. Now, Bernard Hopkins had longevity into his 50s, still boxing at a high level, and it's because of it was his diet. He didn't party. He didn't do these things. And I think that these things are teaching lessons for people as well. And the fact of the matter is that Mike Tyson, like you said, did drugs, alcohol. He had a violent personality, unlike a Roy Jones, unlike Ali. These people were disciplined. And the fact is that Mike Tyson lost against a nobody. He lost against a nobody. Truth be told, he never really fought anybody. Even when he got his belt from man, my head. I'm sorry, I guess I'm a little bit out of the weather, but
Trevor
Berbick was old at the time.
The first one.
Yeah, so that's when he became the undisputed champion at 18.
No. He beat. Now, here's what he did fight someone legit. Okay, the unquestioned fight that he fought. It was unquestioned that it was Michael Spinks, and Michael Spinks Olympic gold medalist.
He was old at the time.
No, he was not old.
He was old. He was older than Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson was like 22 or something like that. It's in his 20s.
And Michael Spinks was like 32 at the time or something.
Had to be early. Still in your prime at 32. He's still in your prime. He was a tactician. Now, here's the thing with that fight, okay? I remember my dad telling me about that, and I talk about that fight, right? Daddy said, yeah, Spinks was either scared or smart. You can pick. He said you can pick either one. Because he went down in the first round, right? I mean, yeah. Now even Teddy Atlas gives Mike Tyson his props for that fight, with all the bad blood they had at the time, which they now since reconciled last year, I think, officially. Yeah. But he said on that night, Tyson was as good of a champion as any champion has ever come in history. He was just as good as any other champion in history. Well, Tyson was ready. Tyson was ready, well conditioned. He was well prepared, well conditioned for that fight. He came in the ring ready to go, and it showed. Yeah. Now Spinks, he fought scared to me. Well, I think he was more scared than anything else.
Well, look, but so when Mike Tyson, and I see where you're coming from, but I feel like the heavyweight division lacked depth even at that time. So even when Mike Tyson got washed by Buster Douglas, he fought like 8 or 9 nobodies. Everybody thinks Frank Bruno was a somebody, but no, he was a nobody.
He wasn't.
Okay, so right, so then he fought an actual fighter when he got out of the penitentiary, which was Evander Holyfield.
You mean a cheater?
Oh, please! And Evander Holyfield.
No, I'm not. Here's the thing. Here's where I'm not capping. Okay, here's where the cap stops for me. I'm not going to cap on this fight. Evander Holyfield, good fighter, not taking nothing from him. But fact, Evander Holyfield was on steroids. Number 2, yes, he got caught red-handed a couple of times. Now, number 2, fact. No, fact.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another fact. Evander Holyfield was headbutting the shit out of Mike Tyson in both fights, which is illegal, but no one called it. The ref didn't call it. The ref didn't take any points off. The ref didn't even warn him. Now, number 3. I'm gonna leave that one out. No, but those are two. Things. Wait. I might as well throw it out there. Number 3, Mike Tyson had done 3 lines of cocaine right before he walked out to the ring.
He should have won then.
No, he should not have. I mean, that's gonna fuck you up. Come on, dude. Where's your discipline? Where's your discipline, Mike? Come on, man. You do lines of cocaine before you do a heavyweight fight? Stop. And Mike Tyson, number 4, Mike Tyson he was boxing for money at the time. He no longer did it because he loved it. That's a motivation factor. It's no excuse for his loss. Yeah. I'm not making excuses for him. Hey, you lost. The ref didn't call it for whatever reason. You're supposed to adapt to that. You know what I'm saying? And persevere anyway. That's what I'm a fan of. That kind of mentality is what I champion, However, the reason why I like Mike Tyson so much, full disclosure, is because it was in that Spinks fight that I saw Mike Tyson. No, or I think it was a fight before that. My family had ordered, my father and his brothers and sisters, they ordered the fight. So we go over to my grandmother's house. We're watching boxing and everything. All of a sudden,
you were like 10 or 11 at the time, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All of a sudden, a fighting god comes walking out to the ring.
Here we go.
And so he gets in there and just annihilates this guy. Annihilates him. And I'm just like, how's that possible? Is he human?
Paper champion.
No, come on, dude.
Paper.
I understand why you're saying that. Listen, this is not the first time I've had this debate. Okay, this is not my first time to this rodeo.
Well, how do you explain? Okay, how do you explain the Lennox Lewis fight?
He was fighting for money. He didn't want to. He didn't even want to fight. And that's what he laid down. Let's be honest. Mike Tyson laid down in that fight, and I was heartbroken. I was crushed, just like I was crushed when he lost to Buster Douglas. I was upset with Holyfield, and I hated Holyfield for headbutting Mike Tyson damn near to death. Mike Tyson has a family, okay? He has a family to raise. He has children to raise. He has children to feed. He has a wife to take care of. And his man put Mike Tyson's life in danger by headbutting him to death and possibly causing him brain damage, okay? Yes. Okay. I see you're not buying it.
Trust me, Manager. I'm definitely hearing you because, like I said, I mean, your argument could be correct and I could be absolutely wrong. But again,
I get to what you're saying with the competitors that he's fought. Why you say that's why I don't push back at all when you call him a paper champion. Even though Mike Tyson is my favorite, he was my motivation for boxing. Like he was the reason why I asked my dad to let me start boxing, right? I turned 12, my dad's like, all right, you've consistently asked me for this. You want it. Apparently you want it. Okay, let's go, and we'll see. And so he allowed me to start boxing, and Mike Tyson was my motivation. That's why he's my favorite fighter. No, second favorite. First is Sugar Ray Robinson. Second is Mike Tyson. But Mike Tyson was the reason why I got into the ring and laced up the gloves. Yes. So that's why, like I said, I'll admit I'm kind of biased when it comes to Iron Mike. I'm not. That's why I'm not really arguing with you. If you notice, I was like, oh my God, he's right. He did fight a bunch of nobodies, but still. Yeah. Wait, hold on. He fought Joe Frazier's son.
Travis Frazier, who was a bum.
Hey, listen. No, he was the son of one of the greatest to ever do it. Okay.
Michael Jordan has 2 sons right now. You don't see them in the NBA.
But we're not talking about basketball. We got to give the brother credit somewhere now, kid.
Travis Frazier was a bum. I mean, come on, man. He was a bum. I mean,
he was fair enough.
I don't even know what belt he held. Did he hold any belts?
He did not hold any belts. Okay, that was Mike Tyson's era. All right. Now, when it came to after Mike Tyson came out of jail, he freely admits this. That after that, he really just fought for money. And he told his team, he would tell his team when they tried, because they asked him, hey, you going to fight again?
Marvis Frazier, my fault.
Marvis, yes.
Yeah, Marvis Frazier, not Travis, yeah.
He told his team, he told Don King, everybody, he said, listen, yeah, I can fight, but I'm never going to be the same guy. I'm not going to be the same fighter. Why? He said, because they broke me when I was in jail, they broke me. And see, Mike Tyson was a person of weak will. You know what I mean? That's the sad. I'm glad I didn't find that out until much later in life. But he didn't have a lot of willpower. So when he was facing a situation such as the fight with Evander Holyfield, when you're faced against a guy who's not afraid of you, who's not going to back down, who's going to look at you in the eye when you tell him to lay down and stay down, he's going to look you in the eye and say no and keep coming after you. What do you do now? He wasn't prepared for that. He was used to total domination, and he was used to having his way because of Don King not keeping him in check, like Customato did. Customato kept him on the straight and narrow, kept him focused. And he was a person who constantly needed that. He needed someone to keep him focused. And you see the results of when you're not disciplined and you're in the hurt business. You're either going to take it seriously or it's going to take you out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the hurt business. If you're going to do it, you got to do it. You have to put your whole life into that. Otherwise, it just won't. You either be mediocre or it just won't work. I like your list. I'll say that I do like your list. I do, because Roy Jones is one of my favorites too. Yeah. He's definitely in my top 10. Roy Jones Jr. Tyson Fury is not in my top 10 because he won't go in my list until after he retires. You know what I mean? That's my thing with and after he retires, then I'll see where I put him on. He beat Dillian Wayne. I'm like, so did AJ. Well, AJ's good. No, he's not. AJ's a big weightlifting bum. You know, Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Joshua was a big weightlifting bum. You saw what Usyk did to him. Pieced his ass up. You in there? You know what I'm saying? And Usyk is a natural cruiserweight. Stop playing. Which we all knew was going to happen. When I saw him take that fight with Usyk, I said, well, there goes his belts.
I could arguably say that Deontay Wilder is just a basketball player who just likes to box. I don't think that I'm just gonna point that
Here's
out.
The thing with Wilder. My opinion on Wilder, a guy with competency of boxing, but born with a nuclear missile for a right hand.
Yeah, he does have that eraser. You're absolutely right.
He just never he relies way too much. He's like one of those video game characters where you fight a final boss, but the final boss you can piece him the fuck up, but he has his one move that if he lands it, it just it's an insta kill, right? Like something out of Final Fantasy, a Final Fantasy game or something. Yeah, he's like that. But if you have that special item that makes you immune to it or it causes you to dodge it, he's in trouble. And that's what Fury exposed. Fury has true mastery of boxing. Now, if Deontay Wilder took the time out to truly master the science of boxing, now he would be, oh my God, now you're talking about a completely different fight, and a completely different fighter as a whole. But the third fight, chaotic, the third fight between Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury, that is the shit of champions, okay? Yeah. Both of those two guys in the ring, they put it all on the table. They left everything on the mat, and that's the way you got to do it every time. That is what I spend my money on when I watch a fight. I spend my money to see that. Those men show what they were made of that night. And that's why to this day, no one's interested in the heavyweight division anymore because we know who the number one and number two guys are. So a lot of people kind of lost interest. Like, oh, we know, yeah. AJ's not, because everyone says, well, AJ's number 3. Like, yeah, but AJ's not beating that. Neither one of them. If that Deontay Wilder steps in the ring against AJ or anyone else in the heavyweight division, aside from Tyson Fury, they're not winning. Now he's naturally a basketball player.
Let's be honest.
Yeah. He's naturally a basketball player, but he has competency of boxing. But I think he's another one who, like Mike Tyson, was allowed to get away with a lot of things that he shouldn't have been allowed to get away with. Yeah, his trainer should have kept him disciplined and focused.
Yeah,
and had him come in the ring. He come to the gym, even on days he didn't feel like it, and truly master the science of boxing. Because he does have something special in that right hand.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
He needs a great eraser. Yeah. He needs the other tools to go with it, though. That's my
the heavyweight division. I mean, unfortunately. Marcus, I'm sorry, you there? Yeah, the heavyweight division, unfortunately. Rush, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Rush, who's your top 5?
Yo, my top 5 would be Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield, Zab Zuda, Mayweather, and George Foreman.
Oh, 3 bums.
Yeah, I was gonna say that 3 bums too. That's funny.
Yo,
I mean, Zab Judah is trash. I mean, but yeah.
Hey, come on, man. I mean, don't be so hard on him.
I mean, he's not trash. I mean, he'll beat me up, but he's not really in the top 50. But I Rush, salute to your list, though.
Don't be so hard on him today. Chaotic is being rough on him today. Good God.
British fighters have never, won me over. So Lennox Lewis, I mean, even though he watched Mike Tyson, come on, man.
Mike Tyson laid down in that fight. We all saw it. I mean, he laid down. He could have gotten up. He could have actually fought the fight if he wanted to. He just didn't. He just, when he went to the mat, he didn't want to get back up. He wanted the fight to be over. The thing is, I've seen that time and time again, in my life. When a person who doesn't want to fight, they just lay down like that. That's exactly what Mike did. And Zab Judah happens to be a personal friend of mine, sir. Okay, I happen to know this gentleman very well. Okay, you all.
Well, I didn't mean to say he was trash.
No. Don't take it back. Don't take it back because I give him shit to his face all the time. Okay.
Oh, yeah? He's a personal friend of yours?
He is, actually. Yeah.
Oh, wow. You have the same name.
I give him shit about that knockout all the time. Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. The man has 10 losses under his belt.
My God. Yeah. Again, you don't hear me giving you pushback. You don't hear me. Notice, you don't hear me giving you pushback about any of it. I'm like, and let's be honest. Floyd Mayweather was afraid of Zab Judah because he knows that Zab Judah was beating that ass in that fight.
So it's well, hold on for a second. Let's be completely honest. Zab Judah punched Floyd Mayweather in the nuts. And if anybody was scared of somebody, it was Zab being scared of Roger Mayweather when Roger ran after him. So
it was on the lower abdominals, okay? It wasn't. He caught him on the belt, okay? He caught him in the midsection. It wasn't a low blow. No, but he did. Okay, all kidding aside, he did score a knockdown on Floyd, but the ref didn't call it. Floyd's glove hit the ground, dude.
I'm
calling it. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it fair.
You are an apologist for Mike Tyson and Zab Judah, and I don't understand why. Maybe because Zab is his friend, but there is nobody in the history of boxing that has ever had a knockdown, and certainly never a knockout of Floyd Mayweather.
No, but the thing is, if you go back and see what I'm talking about. This was a highly controversial call. No. It still is to this day. Some people still talk about it to this day when they bring up Floyd. Now, and it is unanimous. It's something that the ref himself at that night, after watching replay, he said, yeah, I missed that. That is a knockdown. But it doesn't matter because the fight ended in a disqualification. And,
the only boxer that ever gave Floyd any type of smoke was Marcos Maidana, and that was the first fight, and that was only for like 2 or 3 rounds. Other than that, come on.
No, Shane. Here's the thing: Shane Mosley rocked him.
Oh, you talking about one or no? He was actually 2 hits, and you are correct.
He rocked him, yeah. Now, I'm not talking about what happened after that. Right. Okay, I'm not mentioning that. No need. Okay. No need to mention what happened after that. I mean,
I just showed you how much of a bum Sugar Shane Mosley is.
Yeah, I agree.
Really only known for 2 lucky punches on Floyd Mayweather. Come on.
I agree.
That dude's a bum.
I agree, man. Like, why didn't you finish him? You had him. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh
my God. It's like with oh yeah, I agree. But wait, Rush, why do you call your top 5? Why do you have them on your list?
I have them on my list because I enjoy their fighting style. I like the way they fight. I know you guys picked the guys, y'all top 5 is because they won belts and stuff like that. But I mainly picked those guys because I enjoy watching them fight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I picked Sugar Ray Robinson as my all-time favorite because I can say this. I honestly do believe, pound for pound, if the weight classes were the same, I don't think there's anyone in boxing history to date who could beat that man. I say this without exaggeration, any exaggeration at all. It is as if God said, I'm going to make the perfect fighter, and he made Sugar Ray Robinson. There's literally nothing that guy couldn't do in the ring.
Yeah, he's good, but I mean I don't think he would be undefeated. I mean, but
Who?
Well, he wasn't.
Okay.
He
I
wasn't
do agree
undefeated in
that
his time
he's
either.
a
Yeah.
pretty good fighter.
The
Yeah,
thing
well,
is, he wasn't.
he wasn't
Yeah, he
undefeated. He
wasn't.
lost 20
Right.
fights in his time
And the
period.
thing, and here's the thing, he fought in an era. He won 118 fights in a row at a time where there was only one recognized champion. You didn't have the IBF, the WBO, the WBA. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You didn't have all that. All this. You didn't have the IBO, which is a nothing belt. But you didn't have all these different.
Yo,
Yeah,
you're funny.
yeah. Seriously
Now,
though, the
but
IBO is no,
now,
it really is a nothing belt. You don't even
but
get any kind of
Mandrill,
championship purses for it.
yeah, but Mandrill, let's be honest. Now that I'm looking back at history, and like I said, you seem to be more of a historian on boxing than I am. But now that I'm looking back, he fought 72 bums before he fought a fighter who was of significance. He won something called the NYSAC, and I know the NBA has heard of that one. I heard of that title before. Yeah.
But the thing is, he fought people like where you were fighting, you get like 3 fights a month. Like you had to fight everyone on the planet. They're all coming for you.
That's crazy. 3 months at a time.
Or three fights in a month. Like whether that fighter was good or bad didn't matter. You had to fight everybody if you were the champion, and that's what it's all about. Now, boxing was a different type of sport back then. I'll admit to that. However, this man's kinetic chain, perfect. It was almost unfair. Like everything about the guy's form, technique, strategy, his wit, he was perfection.
Let me ask you this. So let me ask you this then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm looking at his record, right?
Right. He lost to Jake LaMotta the first time.
Right.
Loss.
I just saw that. And what I want to ask is that now I don't know what a boxing historian would say, but he has a lot of fights, like 30 fights, where there's no defense fights. So boxers back then could win titles and not have to defend their titles.
They could if the other person didn't want to rematch.
Well, what I'm saying is that. So what I'm saying is that he, like a boxer now. If you have the WBC, any boxer you fight after, that's pretty much a defense match. Like that person is like challenging.
Oh, I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about.
I'm looking at Sugar Ray's history, and what I'm saying is that I wonder what a boxing. I don't know anything about boxing that go. Like this era, I have no idea.
I know what you're talking about. No title defense fights. That's what you're talking about. Gotcha.
Yeah, title defense fight. Yeah.
Those are like there are several different kinds. There's some that are exhibitions. That's a non-title defense fight. There's some that are just and exhibitions would be stuff just to entertain a crowd for another event, but they have Sugar Ray like a fighter fight somebody just for extra entertainment. But for some, and back then they would count that. You know what I'm saying? So, and there are other be things where the sanctioning body would say, okay, this is not a title defense for whatever reason. There's boxing politics. So there's boxing politics. There's a myriad of reasons back then why they would have non-title defense fights. The fighters didn't believe in it. None of them did, to include Robinson, but it's boxing politics and there's nothing that they could do about it. So they just kind of had to follow suit. And you talk about a time where the mob was involved. So there's money on the line. They want you to defend your title against this other fighter. Then they'll put you in a fight with this person here.
So, okay. So could it be argued that if he's fought, 125 exhibition fights, that those fights don't really count because they weren't title defense. They weren't, in defense of his titles.
No, you got to count them. It's not 125 exhibitions. Those were most of his fights were fights, but most of his fights were sanctioned fights. But why they were not title defenses, we don't know. At least I don't. And boxing historians, the vast majority of them count him as the number one of all time. Yeah, the vast majority of boxing historians will tell you Sugar Ray Robinson.
See, look at this gap right here, right? It's just like these huge gaps. Like there's no, like on the right side, far right.
Yeah.
like right here. Like,
and plus, you're looking at Wikipedia. It may be
like there's nothing right here. Like he didn't like nobody challenged him for his belts, but he had something called the NYSAC, NBA, and all these titles.
Yeah, those are minor things, much like regional titles.
And then like right here, this gap right here.
Those might be. The thing is, those he might have held a regional title.
Yeah.
But as far as there being the WBC, which is pretty much the only sanction title back then.
Yeah.
Or what the WBC used to be during that time, but it's now the WBC. But he may, again, I don't know.
You know what? Maybe that's why boxing championship bouts were so famous, because
it's a title defense now. So everybody's going to come and spend their money and go get it. So there you go. There's another reason for marketing. But no doubt, dude, this guy, to see him in the ring and see him adapt, like he would change the trajectory of his punches mid-punch and knock people out. Like, I mean, he is absolutely astonishing to watch, man. Most boxing historians will tell you could not. There's no being better than that. Someone could get equal to him, but you couldn't be better than that. There's no way. Speed, strength, skill, all of it. He had all of it. And LaMotta, the way he won, he was a bulldozer. You know what I mean? He just got it. He just took those punches and stayed as close as he could, and just kind of tore him up on the inside. But in their rematch, nothing. And they fought each other several times.
Well, you know what? We can argue. Well, we can not argue, but we can say that Bernard Hopkins probably is the greatest when it comes to title defenses.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's number 2 on my list. Yeah.
Yeah, like you'll get no argument with me over B-Hop. B-Hop is fantastic. Absolutely, absolutely sensational. I like his story too. You know, he was a knucklehead kid getting into trouble all the time, went to jail, discovered boxing, came out of jail and went straight professional. No amateur no amateur fights at all. We just got right in the ring and turned his life around. He dedicated his life to boxing, and it saved his life. Look at the man. Look, his life has been fantastic ever since.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to look at old boxing. I got to look at boxing history. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been some sensational fighters to come through boxing. But Sugar Ray Robinson, absolutely. Absolutely. I never paid, as a kid, I didn't pay him much attention. But then, when it became, I got in my 20s and stuff like that, I came across some old black and white films of him fighting and stuff like that. And I was like, man.
7 Still, is that true? Did you jump into the ring when B-Hop beat Antonio Tarver? No, yeah. Let me see. Is that true, 7?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Let me see if I can. I'm gonna go check it out real quick.
Be right back.
Let me see real quick. Rush, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, man. The conversation with you guys is so dope that I don't want to mess it up. Know what I mean?
No, you good. Yeah, Mandrell is definitely a historian because I
see that, man.
About Sugar Ray, yeah.
Well, he's well versatile too, man, because he knows his shit with the comic realms and all that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. 7 Still says absolutely. It was in Atlantic City. So he jumped into the ring. Let's see. I'm watching the end of it. Let me see if I can find him. Let me see what. Okay, hold on. Let me share the screen. All right, let's see.
We got Bernard Hopkins on there.
Wait a minute. I think I do see 7 Still. Wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, no, that's not him. 7, what are you wearing that night? Let me see if I can find it.
It was magic. Magic.
Hey, I saw I met Antonio Tarver in real life, man. I didn't know he was that damn huge, man.
Yeah, I was a fan of B-Hop too.
Yeah, huge fan.
Yeah, I was a fan of B-Hop too. That's when you put him on your pound for pound list. That's why I can't argue.
Hold on for a second.
Skill.
7 still says, he said security was lax that night. Look at when B-Hop went to trash talk. I'm sorry, to talk trash to the press. He says he's wearing a blue button-down shirt, gold chain. Oh, hold on. I don't know. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find this. I don't know. Rush, you still there, man? I don't want to ball hog your show, man.
Yeah, I'm still here, man. I'm actually driving to work right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my bad for being a little quiet. But I like the way how this transition talking about boxing, man. This is like real guy talk, man. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nothing moist about this shit, you heard? I like this.
Let me see if I can find it. 7 still said he had on a gold chain. Let me see. Nah, I don't see him, man. I'm trying to find you, 7 still.
You see this, Chaotic?
Yeah.
See this guy behind me?
Paper. He's a paper champion.
No. That's one of the greatest to ever do it, right there. Like, he was, like I said, he was my inspiration. That's why I have affection for the guy. He has a very special place in my
I didn't say you were lying, 7. I believe you. I believe you, bro.
We just can't find you.
Yeah, I just can't find you. It was just that one camera. Go ahead, sir. I'm listening, Mandrill.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Mike Tyson versus Trevor
You
Berman.
got Mike Tyson knocking out a bum. Mandrill, I got to give it to you, man. You have a lot of you're very nice towards the losers of society. That's cool, man.
You got to give him a little grace. You know what I'm saying?
Dude is a bum beating up a bum. Mike Tyson is he's definitely in the top 100 of all time, but he was such a disappointment in terms of the outcome, and he lost when he should have won. I mean,
yeah.
And I honestly, I don't even want to say that. Never mind. I don't even want to say what I was going to say. Well, I am going to say it. I feel as though if Adrian Broner had been back in the 90s, he probably will be on the same scale. A very talented boxer who could not win when people need him to win. And I feel like Adrian Broner, yeah. I feel like Adrian Broner has all the talent in the world. But when it came time to winning the fights that he needed to win, he lost.
I don't think he has all the talent in the world. I think he's a decent fighter.
Fighter?
That's just me. I think he's just decent. I don't think he's talented. Talented is a stretch for him. You know what I'm saying? He's too much of a clown. And again, undisciplined. He may be skilled. You may be absolutely right about him. He may be a very skilled fighter, but we'll never know. because he can't stop partying.
Nah, and that probably ruined his career. When you get that alcohol and drugs in your system, and you do it for so long, it in my opinion, it messes up your equilibrium. I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I really don't know, but I feel like it does more damage than what we think. And a person who's pure, like a Mayweather, who's never really drank, smoked, and eat drugs, his body is so intact. Like a Bernard Hopkins, never, didn't drink or whatever, has a vegetarian diet. I feel like their bodies are so intact that when they get into a ring, they don't have stomach aches and shit like that.
I'm surprised you just brought up the whole vegan thing right now.
Are you a vegan?
No, hell no, I'm not. Hell no.
I was talking to Chaotic. You a vegan?
Am I a vegan? No. I like cows and pigs. I'm not gonna lie to you.
There you go.
I should be a vegan, but no.
Man, since the beginning of time, has been carnivore.
That's what I'm talking
about. The dawn of time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I had a cow in front of me right now, I'd probably kill it and eat it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you.
We're supposed to.
Yeah, beef is delicious.
Yeah, it tastes very good. Yeah,
yes, it does.
I have a natural instinct to kill.
You know what's funny? They're supposedly saying that's the excuse why Canelo lost, because he switched his diet from meat to vegan for this fight. What last fight against Dimitri Bivol?
He didn't know that while he was in training camp.
I'm sorry, you said Canelo lost because of what?
Because he switched his diet. He went his regimen, like his meal plan. He went because he had left out meat, and he went and switched to vegan. So I'm like thinking, wait a minute. If you're going up a weight class, wouldn't you want to like keep as much protein and nutrients? Because meat carries a different type of nutrient and protein as opposed to what vegan meal planning is. It's a completely different body structure of protein. And that's where you're lacking the extra like power, the extra strength. So
yeah, and also like for people like Sugar Ray Robinson, right? He got to a point where this guy owned like two blocks of businesses and apartments and everything like that. 2 blocks of Harlem was his. He owned it, lock, stock, and barrel, right? All the real estate there and everything on it. You're talking about dry cleaners, restaurants, apartments, and all this kind of stuff. And just like, back then, you had a bunch of accountants and financial advisors that would take advantage of the fighters because they're like, okay, handle my affairs while I go out here and fight and make some more money and my investments. But the investments kind of fell through. So he got to a point where he had to fight for money for a little bit before actually retiring to recoup some of the money that he lost. He did, luckily enough for him, because back then there was no safety nets especially for colored fighters. Especially for colored fighters, you wouldn't get nothing. You know what I'm saying? You better invest well, and some of his investments paid off big time. So he didn't die poor and broke or anything like that. And I'm glad that he didn't, because that would have been a shame. That was true talent.
Yeah, I got to watch some of his old fights. I mean, I never really, I've always seen his highlights.
And you know what the sad part is? Yeah. Like his first 16 fights, you won't see him his first 16 fights because not even 16, it was more than that. It was like his first 30-something, 60-something fights or something like that you can't find film of it because either the film had been deteriorated over time, or they just lost. They just lost. No one knows where they are, and it's just a damn shame, Yeah,
it's good that you are you seem to be a historian of the sport, and I think that's what we need to get back to because even I'm gonna change the subject a little bit. Even with basketball, the other day, I went back and I started watching like Jordan, and I couldn't believe that the last 15 years I've been saying LeBron is the greatest out of my mouth.
Oh, stop the madness! No, you did not.
I went back and I researched. And mind you, I actually watched Jordan play.
Then how would you say LeBron was better?
But it's because of the physicality. It's the athletic difference. Obviously, LeBron is more athletic. He's way bigger.
Yeah, he can't dunk from the free throw line.
We don't know that.
Jordan did.
I don't even know if that's well. I did see something.
We saw Jordan. No, we saw Jordan do it.
So
We
I had to
saw
go
him
back.
do that.
Yeah, but I had to go back and I had to do some research. And I said, you know what? The problem with, especially a person like myself, is we're not historians anymore. Like, we don't go back and look at history. And the fact is that Jordan averaged 30 points a game for 8 or 9 years at one point.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron ain't do that. But LeBron's lost in championships. Now, I will admit, I think LeBron did something that Jordan couldn't do, which is bring a championship to a city where the team was pretty much trash. But
yeah, I'll say that. I'll give him that much, but better than Jordan? No.
I used to think he was better than Jordan.
Jordan would win the ball. Look, please.
Jordan would refuse to lose that game. Literally,
Right.
Jordan, you'd have to drag him out. He had to leave out of a stretcher.
He had
giving it his all.
I remember watching the game where he had food poisoning, and he still
the flu game.
Yeah, it was actually food poisoning, not the flu game, because
I was food poisoning.
The night before he was really hungry, right? And he you got players out there, they don't let them go out and get the food for themselves. They got people to go out and do that for them because you don't want anything to happen to the player, like a jealous fan or something like that, or fan of the opposing team might do something to hurt the player. So they go out and get the food for him. They go out and get him a pizza. The guys at the pizzeria apparently have figured out it was a guy it had to be someone from the Bulls team. They were hoping it was Jordan just to get him out of the game. They did something to the pizza, and Mike was messed up. You know what I'm saying? He was really messed up, vomiting up until the point to where he stepped out on the field, on the court. And this guy went out there and played, oh my God, magic.
Was it 38 points?
I think it was.
It was.
It was insane. Like Marcus called it, the flu game. It was crazy.
So it was basically stomach flu.
Yeah, basically. But that was
38 points. Yep.
There you go.
And now we're stuck with these ticky-tack foul games now.
Yeah, yep. Jordan's sickness was indeed the result of food poisoning caused from bad pizza. Yeah. Maybe somebody knew that was his pizza and they did something.
Yeah, and they did something to it. And he went out there and played anyway. And see, that's what I'm talking about when when you're talking about Mike Tyson. Ultimately, that was Mike's problem. He wasn't that. A person who's going to be sick, that sick and have something wrong with him and still get out there and perform to the best of his ability.
Yeah.
That wasn't Tyson. And for me, I was disappointed in him because of that. Even as a kid, I was disappointed in him because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad state of affairs, man, and a very much so a cautionary tale.
Well, what y'all think about when he came back to fight Roy Jones Jr., Mike Tyson?
You mean that doggone skit from In Living Color?
That's what
that was. It was a skit from In Living Color. That's what that fight was.
That was deplorable. It devalues the integrity and professionalism of boxing. Boxing has never been the WWE. And I think that these people, man, they should be ashamed of themselves. I'm literally walking icons. You couldn't convince me to go into some ring and for no exhibition in box, and I'm an icon of the sport. That's like Michael Jordan playing in the 3-on-3 league now. Come on.
You talking about that Ice Cube league? The big
big three.
I've never watched that.
It's pretty good, actually.
It's actually pretty entertaining.
It's actually pretty decent. But to me, it's like when you reach a certain level of success or a certain iconic status, like that's peon shit. Like an exhibition bout. Come on. And you know
what's funny? Labudo? Dana White said the same thing. That fight should have never been sanctioned.
And you want to know what else, Marcus? The guy behind me, this is the greatest of all time in boxing.
Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yep, this man right here.
Yeah.
Pound for pound. He's the guy who taught Muhammad Ali his footwork.
Oh, really?
He's the guy who. See, you remember the guy who the trainer who was with Muhammad Ali, Bondini Brown?
Yeah.
No.
You don't know? Oh my God, the dude Bundini was hilarious. Like that was my Ali. He's the one who kept my. He was there with Muhammad Ali every step of the way. Made sure his food was
all throughout his career.
Yeah, all throughout his career, making sure his food was correct. Made sure he woke up in the morning. He was the guy who woke up Ali in the morning for running. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm gonna have a trainer and a caretaker, you know what I'm saying? I want someone like Bodina Brown. Like, you want that guy on your team, brother. You do. And before he worked with Muhammad Ali, he was with Sugar Ray Robinson, and Sugar Ray Robinson was, retired. So he sent Bundini to Ali. He said, "I got somebody for you. He's a fantastic guy. He's a guy who keeps me motivated. He keeps me sharp, and he's the only other guy I know in the world who can out-talk you." That's what he told Ali, right, about Bundini. So he meets Bundini, and Bundini he's the one who came up with the whole float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Bundini Brown came up with that. I guarantee if you've seen old footage of Ali, like talking or whatever, you've seen Bundini Brown. He's the guy with float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Oh, rumble, young man, rumble. Oh. That was Bundini doing that with him, doing that with Ali.
Niggas was rapping even in the 60s.
Where did that come from?
No, I mean that's what they're doing. They're rapping.
Yeah, basically they are rapping. The thing is, but it's yeah, dude. I love the sport though. You know what I'm saying, Labudo? I do, and. Again, I'm a person, you're talking to a person, again, who, as a child, I used to read an encyclopedia because I thought it was fun. What child does that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I just love to learn things for the sake of knowing it. That's why I fell in love with science. There's so much to learn there. And that's what, like when it comes to like our community, that's why I'm so different. Because my interests vary. What are you interested in? Almost everything, especially if it's science. I love that. You know what I'm saying? But most people stay in
science kind of gets me a little bit.
Right. It's just, but most people stay in a small little box of familiarity, and they don't never venture out of it. So,
So here goes my thing, right? Now, I'm not arguing with you in terms of your list, because I think your list is your list.
Mm-hmm.
But why didn't it seem like a lot of those fighters, or maybe they did, but why doesn't Sugar Ray suffer from the amount of brain damage, or these other fighters CTE than the fighters that we do now? I mean, you can see it with Bernard. He's getting it, unfortunately. You see it with
Antonio Tarver too.
Antonio Tarver. We know that what's the guy out of Detroit? Oh man,
which one?
I know, right? Because the Midwest has so many great boxers. Tommy Hearns, right? See with Tommy Hearns.
You do see it with he's got it bad.
He's got it bad.
Yeah.
But Sugar Ray Robinson didn't get it. But Sugar Ray Robinson.
You see Sugar Ray Robinson. Well, here's the thing. Robinson died at like 63 years old.
67.
There you go. He died in his 60s. He didn't even make it at 70. Mm-hmm. So and the thing is, he didn't die of CTE because you couldn't get a clean hit on him. And yeah, so he wasn't taking the damage that most people are. His head movement was just that. Like he make you miss within less than an inch of his face.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So that's one thing, but at the same time, all of that fighting took a toll on his body. It's just a bunch of, it comes back full circle somehow.
Eventually, right?
Yeah, 200 fights, dude. Come on.
Yeah, Sugar Shane.
Body is gonna take some damage, even in training. Even when you're sparring in training, that you're taking damage.
Right. Yeah, Sugar Shane Mosley. He has like a bit of a CTE. But yeah, you see it a lot with a lot of boxers, man.
Yeah, and I hate to see it too.
Yeah,
I hate to see that kind of thing happen. It's unfortunate, but that's a part of the game.
Shit, Floyd's father even has it. I think
he definitely does.
Yeah,
he definitely does.
I think Roger may have had some of it.
See, Roger's cool. Him I like. Roger. I
Yeah.
really like. I've met him quite a lot of times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he actually knows me by my first name.
Really?
And, like if he saw me out today, he'd know exactly who I am.
Are we talking about Roger? Or are you talking about
Roger?
Roger's dead.
No, not Roger. The other one. Shit.
Oh, you talking? Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, you talking about?
No, not Roger. Yeah.
What's the other brother's name?
I'm drawing a blank now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Jeff Mayweather. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I was drawing a blank there.
Because when you said
you talking about that old man,
yeah, Jeff Mayweather is real cool.
Yeah, he's super cool, man, and hilarious too.
He wasn't a hell of a boxer, but he had the I think he had the IBO, if I'm not mistaken, for featherweight or something.
Yeah, he lost to De La Hoya.
Yeah, he did fight De La Hoya. Yep, but it wasn't for a title though.
No.
Yeah,
it was. He was a good fighter.
Is he the one who runs that YouTube channel where he's interviewing like all the other fighters?
Yeah,
Jeff
Mayweather. Jeff. Yeah. He was a good fighter.
He was on Lomachenko's nuts.
Nothing great though.
Yeah, not a great fighter. Yeah.
But I tell you what, he can train him.
He can train him, yeah. And,
he can train him.
And one thing about the Mayweathers too that I respect about them is that they're historians, like especially Jeff. And when Roger was alive, Roger knew so much about boxing, and he used to tell people flat out, man, he's like, yeah, you don't know shit about boxing. Like when people used to get talking, especially about history, oh man, he used to destroy people on especially history. Yeah.
I remember watching the Four Kings in the welterweight division back in the 80s. Leonard, Hagler, Hearns, and Duran. Yeah, man. Look. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So then who do you think is gonna be like the who's gonna be the face of boxing now?
I would say right now, man, maybe Errol Spence. I mean, Errol Spence, maybe I don't know. I mean, boxing's not. I don't know. It doesn't have that glory that it did, man, back in the day.
I'm only saying that because I think Tyson Fury said he stepped it out of boxing. I think he's relinquishing the belt. And
is he retiring?
That's what he had been verbally confirmed, but he still hasn't signed the paperwork saying that he honestly is. But we have that issue. Then we have, if Canelo were to have won, he would have maybe fought Triple G again. Who knows? Then you have
pound for pound right now.
Probably Terrence.
No problem in it. They've announced it. It's Terrence Crawford again.
Yeah.
But here's the thing with Crawford, right? Here's how you know he's great. Not just good, he's great. They always try to find a reason to take him off the pound for pound list. They're constantly doing that. However, Terrence Crawford mops the floor with everybody he fights. Mops the floor with him.
Is he ever going to go up in weight?
I hope he doesn't, because I think that it's just he goes up anymore. He already came up to 147. He goes up anymore, he might be out of his natural element.
Well, who else is there besides Spence? Besides that could put him with a decent fight.
What about the Charlo brothers? Oh,
they're 155, right?
The Charlo like 54.
154, 157, something like that. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think Spence wants to go up to fight Charlo. That's what I think. That's why I think.
Which brother though? Which brother?
Jermell,
the lighter one.
Oh, okay.
Jermell, and because he just got his undisputed title, and now the WBO is saying, "Hey, you have to fight your mandatory within 30 days, or we're going to strip you of the title."
Spence will beat him. Spence will whoop his ass. Spence will whoop his ass.
I agree. I think Spence will get it
because Jermell Charlo already has chinks in his armor. He already lost before, and then the other one he tied.
And then last time, this fight this time was a rematch. The first fight, because remember, Mr. Bennett and I were talking about this, Marcus. I said he's gonna have to do before Charlo had this fight, this last fight.
Yeah,
I said he's gonna. He said he thought Jermell. We both thought.
I said it. He has to knock him out.
Yeah, we both thought Charlo was gonna win. And I was like, he's gonna have to do better than he did last time, though. And we both agreed. And he did. To his credit, Charlo, he did better than he did last time. But again, with Charlo, there's nothing special there. Crawford, that's something special.
I want to see Benavidez, man. I wonder who Benavidez is going to fight.
Let me ask you guys a question. So you said the face of boxing, right? That's Seven Steel right there with his arms up. Now you said the face. That's at the Bernard Hopkins Antonio Tarver fight.
Oh, there he is.
Now you said the face of boxing. Now this may be a little bit of a stretch, and you guys know how I can stretch things. I honestly believe that this young man has the capability of being the face of boxing for the next 15 to 20 years if he's marketed right. Tank Davis. Now, hear me out. Now, I feel like he should move up to welter. I know it sounds crazy, but Tank, you're on mute, man. Mandra, you're on mute.
I hear you. I hear you.
You got Devin Haney out there.
No, Devin Haney's a squad. He's soft. Devin Haney's soft.
He's lanky, and I don't know. I mean, I think that Tank, if he moves up to welterweight and stays at welter, he could probably be on the status.
Well, Tank has a fight, and Rolly Romero ain't no pushover.
Yeah, I think that Tank should move up to weight after this fight. It's over with. Just move up the rank, move up to welterweight to the best weight division in boxing, and get marketed like that. Become the next Floyd. Be what Adrian Broner was supposed to be. You guys disagree?
Is that what he was supposed to be, Adrian Broner?
Adrian Broner was overhyped.
Apparent.
Yeah, he was overhyped. He was heir apparent to.
And then he fought Maidana, and then Maidana whooped his ass.
Yeah, he was supposed to be heir apparent to Mayweather, but he's no Mayweather. He's nowhere near Mayweather's skill level, nor discipline, nor focus. You know, Mayweather was made into the champion that he is today. It's not because of talent; it's because of competency and mastering the science of boxing. You know, there's no real talent to Mayweather. He doesn't have it, which to me, that's what puts him in the greatness category. He doesn't have any real talent. Now, his father and his uncle Roger, they are the ones who went through the growing pains of mastering the shoulder roll, the Philly shell, as they call it, and their style of the Philly shell. Yeah, their style of the Philly shell is different. Mayweather mastered it. They mastered it. And they taught it to Floyd, of course, and Floyd perfected it. You know what I mean? It's in my opinion, the Philly shell, when Floyd does it, that's as good as a Philly shell can be. You know, it can't be any better than that, in my opinion, of course, until someone comes and proves me wrong. But his greatness comes in, he has brittle hands. Okay, his hands are not hard. They break all the time. You know, he has brittle hands, no real skill. You know what I mean? But no, what I'm saying, no, what I mean by real skill, he wasn't born with real skill. He trained his ass off, stayed focused and disciplined, and developed those skills to the highest level that they can get, especially in his weight division. You know what I mean? And Floyd became one of the greatest boxers of all time. And number two, he's the second best defensive fighter of all time behind Sugar Ray Robinson. I give his defense that high of a tier. The only person who's got better defense is Sugar Ray Robinson, in my opinion. Of course,
I gotta watch some more videos now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, because Sugar Ray Robinson would make you miss, and he would slug it out with you. Either or, he can box any style. I mean, it's amazing to watch. Really is. The guys that he's the one who taught Muhammad Ali his footwork back when Muhammad Ali used to float like a butterfly. But after that 3-year gap, if you notice, Ali came back. He was kind of flabby. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't bouncing on his feet. He had flat feet. He was a different fighter when he came back after that. After the government stripped him of his title. You know, he wasn't the same fighter, but he still had that mongrel in him. You know what I mean? Where he was still Ali, you know. And you know, there was some great fighters.
Father time catches up to you.
Exactly. That's what happened to Robinson. He was fighting way too late. Like he had retired like 3 or 4 times, Sugar Ray Robinson, and came back. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, why are you coming back, man? Leave it alone. That's where he got the ball. Leave it alone, man. Go away. And he was still beating people.
Shout out to the greats, man.
Yeah, shout out to the great, like the late great Marvin Hagler. Now, there's another famous boxer that I actually knew.
Who's that?
Because he's Marvin Hagler, Marvelous Marvin Hagler. I actually knew him. I met one of his daughters. The other one I still haven't met, but I knew his Marvin Jr. and James. I knew James pretty well. You know what I'm saying? I just hadn't talked to the guy in like forever. But you know, if you're in boxing, you're in there long enough, you know, you're gonna rub elbows with people. You know what I mean? You're gonna meet people who are famous, and you know, eventually. So like it's not as large of a community as people think. Especially when you like go to these Hall of Fame inductions and stuff like that. That's when you really get to know people. Like I met Deontay Wilder before he ever became champion. Like he wasn't really on anyone's radar when I met him. But you know, I've met Wilder a couple of times, but you know, I don't actually know him.
There's a couple of guys that go through where I'm at in the area. I'm in Southern California. They roll through here. Sometimes they'll stop by Fantasy Springs Casino. Like Bernard Hopkins, you got Victor Ortiz, who boxes out here. Dimitri Bivol, his training camp is out close to where I live. He coaches with Coach Joey Diaz and those guys. He works out over here, so they were all excited when Dimitri obviously won because they're representing Coach Diaz for that. Then you have Timothy Bradley. I have my issues with Timothy Bradley as a critic, as a fighter, because I think they robbed Pacquiao that fight when he fought him back in like 2012. They robbed him. That's my opinion. Pacquiao. I'm always gonna be a Pacquiao fan.
Even though he got knocked slap out, you were still a fan.
Well, talking about Rafa Marquez?
He ran right into that right hand.
But you can say this though, he wasn't afraid to go for it, and not only that, that was a slugfest trilogy because it wasn't just one fight; it was 3 or 4 fights. They went keep going back and forth. That the fans got what they paid for. You know, 4 fights between Rafa Marquez and Rafa Marquez. He's not the greatest boxer in Mexico, but you know. He puts him on the map a little bit. Now, Julio Cesar Chavez, a lot of motherfuckers don't put no respect on him.
How do you not put respect on Chavez's name?
Well, because for one, a lot of people want to do the modern thing and say Canelo's the best, but Canelo has his flaws.
Julio Cesar Chavez was an animal.
Julio Cesar Chavez, his first 80-something fights were like 85 fights were like undefeated. And then he lost. Professional, too. Then you had Roberto Duran.
Oh, I love his thing. I love Duran, but I love Duran, man. Duran would play psychological game. Everyone thought he was such a horrible person, thought he was such a bad guy. Because he would, get in people's heads by cursing at them, talking about their wives, stuff like that. But it was all a mind game. He was just trying to get in the person's head. Like, he wasn't like that for real. You know what I'm saying? He's just trying to get in people's heads. And it worked.
Mayweather used to do some stuff like that. He did that with De La Hoya.
Yeah, he did. You know what I'm saying? And De La Hoya got in there like a bull and just wore himself out. And once he wore himself out, that's when Mayweather started tearing.
Well, he also started sniffing. He also started using cocaine, allegedly.
Yeah. See, cocaine.
And then you had Trinidad, and it was a time span where Trinidad, they thought he was the greatest.
I'm still laughing that Labuto called me. He said, "Man, Drill, I'm surprised. You are a Mike Tyson apologist."
that was kind of funny.
Yeah, he called me a Mike Tyson apologist.
Man.
But no, I agree, man. Mike was just way too undisciplined. He never became what he could have been. That's for me. That's the ultimate disappointment with Mike Tyson. He never became what he
I
could have
forgot
been.
the guy that took him in as a teen and
Customato.
trained him.
Customato.
I think if he was still around, if he didn't die, I think if he was still around, he would have kept Mike Tyson still focusing and boxing on a high level, you know.
Yeah, that would have made a big difference because after Don King got his claws into him, you know, Mike was partying, doing cocaine, like Marcus and I just talked about.
Yo,
cocaine.
Man, because you're talking about like
I've never tried cocaine. I never wanted to. Never ever had the desire to do any kind of hard drugs or anything.
Yeah, keep saying that. Keep saying the live stream. It makes you look good.
I'm being honest.
Yo, Marcus, chill.
I've never had the desire to do any of that stuff, man.
I'll be surprised. You might never know because the way you sniff is like, damn. Hey, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, right? Sugar Shane Mosley, Trinidad. You had Cotto. You had who's the other dude? I said him earlier. Victor Ortiz. You had that one dude that was cheating, wrapping his hands with plaster. Margarito.
Yeah, he got banned for life.
Man, I'm so glad he got his butt whooped when he.
Is it Margarito the drunk?
Yeah, well, he was fighting Tijuana slums over there, in the cockfights in the backyard.
Antonio Margarito. Oh yeah, he fought Floyd, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he fought Floyd. He also fought Cotto twice. Cotto whooped him that second time.
Mm-hmm.
Whooped him bad. And I was laughing because that's what he got because he wrapped his hands with plaster.
Yeah. Now, Labuto, we were talking about you in your absence.
Oh yeah,
Labuto. Yeah, we were saying, I was laughing. I said, I'm still laughing at the fact you called me a Mike Tyson apologist.
Yeah, you're a Tyson.
You are, bro.
Yeah, a Tysonite. You think that this bum was one?
He's a paper champion.
You're a Tysonite.
Mandrell's
a Tysonite.
Hey, listen, I love Mike Tyson. I'm sorry, fellas. I mean, he was my inspiration for boxing.
No, I give him his flowers because I've been in the same room with Mike Tyson. He's a cool dude. Real respectful dude.
Of course, I would say that if I were in the room with him, but now that I'm not,
Labuto.
Yeah, bitch.
Labuto, I'm telling you.
Like the dude at the airport, man. At the airplane, man.
Right.
Labuto, I'm gonna make sure the next time you get a flight, you're gonna sit right behind him. He's gonna get on you.
You're a Tysonite. You're a Mike Tyson apologist.
Tysonite. Yeah, there you go. A Tyson advocate. I got you.
Hey, look, I'm a loyal guy, but I can't deny
Tyson Anonymous.
I can't, but at the same time, I can't deny what Labuto has said today. I can't.
You can't really apologize. You can't really apologize for him biting off. What's it called? Evander Holyfield's ear.
No.
You can't apologize for that.
There's no apology for that. There's no explaining that. There's no excuse for that. That was insane.
I never seen that in a fight. How do you rip off like a person's chunk of an ear?
And he's got his gumshoe in. Like he had the mouthpiece in, Marcus. How do you still bite a chunk of it off? Man.
Bro, determination, I guess.
You're
gonna say something, Rush?
Oh, nah. I was gonna say the guy that wrapped his hand with plaster, man. He must have been real desperate to win a fight, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, he was cheating. He did that a lot, actually. I mean, I think
he did that sucker shit.
Yeah, they started investigating.
I'm rubbing off on you, man.
No, bro, it's because I don't try to speak like this that much, but there's certain things that piss me off. If you don't have integrity as a fighter like that, especially of all sports, boxing and MMA, get the heck out of here. Get out of here.
Man. Yeah. People just look at it two guys fighting, but it's more than that, man. It's the amount of discipline and a level of honor, man. Not just respect, but honor.
Honor. It's about honor, and like I think what Mike Tyson also, present day Mike Tyson, I think he's filled with a lot of regret. I think he knows that he took it for granted at the time, and I think he's gotten his fire back and his passion back for boxing, but he's too old. He's in his 50s. And Evander Holyfield was a cheater as well. He got caught red-handed, I know for a fact, twice. Yeah. One I remember vividly. They found it like in his bedroom closet. It was just sitting on the top shelf in his bedroom closet. And what's this? Those are just supplements that my trainer lets me take.
Yeah, Vander Holyfield's another tragic case.
Well, he was built like an iron ox.
Yeah, man. I bumped into him at the airport in Georgia, man. Because he lives in Georgia. Well, he's from Georgia.
Atlanta. He lives in Atlanta. Yeah, he used to live in that house in College Park.
Yo, that house was huge.
Yeah, big mansion. Right.
Oh my goodness. I think like the utility bill was like $5 million a month or something crazy.
No, it wasn't that
ridiculous.
Much.
It was crazy. I know. I'm embellishing, but it was up there.
It was more like $5,000 a month, but it was more like that. But it was ridiculous. I think Rick Ross bought that house now.
Ross did. He spent $6 million on the house.
Yeah, it was a stupid amount of money with that. If Holyfield
can't call him Rick Ross no more. You got to call him Slim Ross.
Whatever. Anyway, Holyfield had that house built for $20 million, sold it for $6 million.
Yeah, that's a complete loss, man.
Yeah, man.
But at the time when he sold his house, he was already broke. He was desperate for money, And
the thing is,
this sounds like a 30 for 30 for going broke on ESPN.
It was.
Remember the 30 for 30
cases, dude. Here's how Holyfield went broke though. His accountant did it, like not paying this. You pay your accountant to do your taxes and everything, but his accountant wasn't paying his taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He would pocket the money that Holyfield would write the checks for, for his tax bill. The accountant would pocket that money. He'd do some funny stuff with the math and pocket the money. And Steve Harvey got caught up like that.
Yeah,
a lot of people get caught up like that. Like that's why, dude, when I finally when I get rich.
I ain't trusting nobody. I'm doing
I want that money in my car. Put that money in my car.
Right.
Or my shoebox. I'm putting my shoebox.
Marcus, get the cannoli.
Oh, damn.
Leave the gun. Get the cannoli.
He said, meet me up in there. Hey, use, you pala.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, man.
Bunch of fugazi.
One thing is that you don't do that to a person. You know what I mean? You don't do that. And I'm surprised that these people are still alive. These accountants are still alive.
Oh man, I would have. Man, my accountant would have been dead for that shit.
Well, they're useful for somebody else.
Steve Harvey, he says the way he caught his accountant doing it because the guy died, and then all that stuff started coming out because he got to look at the paperwork. And then he got his tax bill.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Of a ridiculous amount of money. And it's like, ugh.
But you remember Selena's accountant got caught doing that.
Yep. And she shot
the funny
her
thing is that if these
it was the best friend that killed Selena.
Yeah.
Yeah. Selena's best friend was a fan accountant. Also, she managed the funds.
She managed the funds for the club that she started. Now, guys, check this out. If these accountants are fucking over men that can literally destroy almost every man on the planet one-on-one, just imagine what they'd do to a little old Joe like us.
Right. I'm like, why would you even try it?
Mm-hmm.
Because they know celebrities thinking like, hey, if somehow domestic violence or DV, and then they show bruises, they say, hey, this person beat me up for it. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's like a double-edged sword because you're licensed. Your hands are licensed to literally beat the living hell out of somebody.
That's let me tell you about that whole thing.
That's why your hands is considered as a lethal weapon.
Here's the thing. A judge has the discretion to do that in a court case, but there's no actual registry for someone's hands being registered as lethal weapons. That's an urban myth. Now you do. Every boxer registers with the WBC. Everyone does, even people you don't know and who's never going to be anything in boxing. You know, everyone
Well, tell that to the Nevada
we-
Athletic Commission.
No, the thing is, when you get to the athletic commission, you do get your boxing license, but that's about it. You know what I'm saying? Now, judges in court cases have that discretion. They can consider your hands to be lethal weapons because you're trained, but it's not. It's not a real thing, actually. You know what I mean? That's kind of that's an urban myth. People, yeah, that's an urban myth.
I mean, like you said, man, it's up to the judge, man. If he wants to, take it to that degree where your hands is considered to be lethal weapons, he can make that call. I mean,
yeah,
but
judge
I
can do
understand.
that.
I understand. Like it's.
You know what
not
I
a
would tell
real
that judge,
thing.
Rush? You know what I tell that judge?
What?
I tell him, hey, yo, get in the car. We're gonna go down the block. We're gonna go bust you over the head with a brick over
guys,
it.
I gotta roll out, but it was good talking to you guys. So you gonna so Rush, is up to you, man.
I'm at my job right now, man. My shift starts in like 10 minutes, so
Okay.
you could end the live, man. Man, Drell, thank you for coming through the show, man. I appreciate you, brother, man.
Oh,
I like
no
your
problem.
input,
Yeah.
man.
Hold on, let me I'll leave you my email address back here in the back chat. There you go. That's my email address.
Word up. I'll hit you up the next time I go live, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a problem.
Yo, Marcus, man, salute to you, man. Yo,
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate you
Yes,
coming
sir.
up, supporting the kid doing the thing, yeah, man. Yo, Labudo, man, what's good, man? It's the Labudo Network. This shit is hot over here, you heard? This shit on fire. Yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate you.
DC and comic books. I loved it. I love the conversation.
Talking about a little bit of everything, boxing.
Yeah.
You talking about MMA. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
This was dope, man.
See, this is why I kind of like stepping away from talking about the actual other stuff, like money and relationships. It's good to sometimes get away from that because we get it. These spaces, they can get you overwhelmed by that stuff and Amber Turd trial and all that stuff. I appreciate y'all letting me up on here.
Oh man, I appreciate you, man. All right, man. Yo, this is the end of the show, man. Yo, y'all seek wisdom, practice humility, and remain sucker free. You heard? I'm out.
Guys, have a good one, man. Thanks for coming through.
Peace
man.
out. He said sucker free.